Welcome to the Canadian Nationals Top 8. I'm Adam Rostica.
I'm Mikhail Anavides. Super excited to be here.
Yeah, really excited. There's going to be some great games. First up, we've got our seed 4. I believe it's Julien Deville. And seed 5, Stephen Jacquemin. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing these, but Julien has decided to go with Kate. He's playing, looks like a diaper list.
Yeah.
So, Hyperdriver, False Echo.
Tell us a little bit more about this and the history of the list.
So, this list has sort of been in works for a while. It functions around DDoS and False Echo, and with the clone ship being able to recur False Echo a number of times, DDoS makes it so that you can't res the outermost piece of ice, and then False Echo will then bounce it because you're past it, goes back to the hand, and then the next piece of ice is the outermost piece of ice. And so essentially Kate is trying to set up for a big turn where she can mow down all of the R&D ice, and she can have unfettered access with Keyhole. So that she can have like 11 or 12 accesses.
11 or 12 accesses, including time to set up with Rumor Mill or Councilman.
Yeah.
In order to prevent any unsavory Jackson reses or anything that would prevent the runner from winning on the spot right there.
Exactly.
How do you keep R&D safe in a situation like that?
Well, if you have any access to things that can res ice outside of runs, then awesome. If you can fire an ABT, you have to. You have to. Steven is going to have to fire every ABT he sees.
A lot of the Quebec meta is a really big fan of decks that are not interactive with ice whatsoever, which is why a lot of them run a 1 over 2 of Executive Bootcamp in their decks.
Yeah.
Val is huge in their meta.
Yeah.
This Kate is very big. I think 3 or 4 of them from Montreal.
Yeah, I remember some Montreal guys, Eric Bovin, for instance, and I can't recall his name off the top of my...
Jerome Choi?
Jerome, yes, Jerome Choi, running a False Echo out of Val for the regionals.
Very effective, too.
Very good. Both of them made the top 8 for that particular regionals. But it doesn't seem as though Steven has any such tech. Doesn't have... the only way he's going to rest his own ice is through accelerated beta test. And now, if you can get a good ABT and cover up both R&D and HQ, and even a remote, he just wins.
Do you fire ABT every single time?
I think you do. I think because otherwise...
Now, he doesn't necessarily just win, unless, of course, it's a turn, because the Kate list plays 1 Atman, which allows them to get in if need be.
If need be. Fair enough. It does have... It does depend. That's true. But it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. ETF Glacier deck. This is more or less a food coats deck. Actually, definitely a food coats deck, which isn't really engineered to move quickly.
No.
So he's going to have to rush out because as soon as Kate's set up, she just does it, and either I guess wins or doesn't.
Speaking of this deck moving slowly, 3 Sherlock 2.0.
3 Sherlock.
Yeah. Including 3 Itchy. Everything else seems 4 cost or less, 5 costs besides that.
Yeah.
That's great. Sherlock overperformed for this tournament, I think. It's...
Sure. Well, so if we look back at... we're about to start. If we look back at Dave Hoyland's list, he ran 3 Assassin. That's 7,
That's
and
good.
I think he did pretty well. So we'll see how this shapes up.
So, we're right into it here. Julian looks like he's got a BKK. We're still doing some shuffling from Ron playing Kugath.
I feel like... Oh, interesting.
But we've got Steven just doing his prelim shuffles. These top 8 mats, beautiful.
Has he already mulliganed?
It looks like he has, or he's just a very deliberate shuffler. So, look at the 5.
So we got
Take his
ETF.
mandatory draw, and
Gain
we're
a credit.
off.
Gain a credit with the first install of each turn.
Ladies,
and
gentlemen,
Kate.
viewers, welcome to Canadian Nationals 2016.
And Kate, we all know Kate. Discount to 1 off of the first programmer hardware installed each turn. And the scoop is they're both going to be rotated out with Port 2.0. Just rumor.
That is the rumor mill right
that's
now.
Princess Space Kitten for you. An early Beth is nice.
Both of them having like fairly exemplary starts here.
Yeah.
At least against a normal Kate deck, this is perfect.
Seems fine.
As this is though, I would not waste an ice on HQ.
Oh, he has to protect HQ because even if he does get anything on R&D rezzed, on the big turn there will be an Escher
Yeah, sure.
to get the ice off of R&D. So
Well, that just means that there's more places to swap the ice. Then.
it's fair. Yeah.
I had the privilege of playing against Julien Dia during Swiss of the tournament, and I had a fair amount of success up until the last couple of points.
Sure.
Just installing ice over R&D, a 6-layer, and a 3-layer on my scoring remote. Until he was able to find every single piece, he wasn't able to get in.
It looks like we're at 25 and 33 agenda points. But we'll get that fixed right away. We've got an Eve running, and now I don't know if Kate cares because that money's not going to go into raising any ice.
Yeah, that ice can't do anything. He has to be, unless he knows Steven's list intimately.
Yeah.
He's going to. Sorry, the names are swapped on the board as well. So unless you know Steven's list intimately, he is going to want to put at least some pressure on, because Steven has the option of fast advancing with Biotic Labor and Archive Memories. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's that one biotic. We'll see if he sees it. I imagine at this point a lot of the players will have a little bit of scoops.
Yeah, I would imagine at this point that all the players.
I mean, anytime I go to a tournament, everyone's trying to talk with everyone about how to figure this out.
Yeah.
He's going to protect it all the same. Not that he's in a position to go. Is that a 5er down there, or is that a 2 and a 1?
It's 2 and a 1.
Or 3? Okay.
No. That looks like a 5-piece.
That might be a 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So based off what he's installed so far, I would wager he has 7. Yeah. BKK has been making him the bucks.
Now, if you don't know what you're looking at, if you look at Kate, but you see all that she's installing is clone chips and just setup pieces.
Yeah, there's no information here. I think a lot of this deck is the element of surprise, though. Like,
Sure.
There's once you know what's going to happen, there is counterplay available.
Right.
And you're not as likely to get as utterly wrecked as
Right.
soon. However, once the leprechauns start coming out,
Exactly.
that's a real red
And
flag.
he does have 1 or 2 of them in hand, so yeah, 2.
And he's got the rumor mill too.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about rumor mill a bit. That card, it's a real deal current, isn't it?
I heard you had some trouble with it yesterday.
Terrible. Don't bring Polana to a tournament anytime soon.
No.
It will get utterly destroyed by Rumor Mill. I gambled and thought that maybe the threat of it was more effective than the actual slots in the deck.
I had to actually begin to wonder that as well because I didn't see it played at all. I played it a bit in testing min.
I was expecting many more employee strikes than
Fair enough.
Rumor Mills.
Yeah, but it's done. There are a number of rumor mills in the top 8.
Yeah, top 8 actually has any deck that is Anarch has a Rumor Mill in it. And I believe some decks that aren't Anarch, like Arcade over here.
There we are. I'm all good.
So, despite the fact that we've got correct agenda points right now, we probably won't need them, except for Steven's side. For Julien, we can just put a big fat X. He's not going to score any points until it's time to score every point.
Unless he gets one like by accident.
Facing Julien during Swiss, I only was run on twice outside of the big turn.
I see.
But yes.
What was he running?
He was contesting my my Caprice server, my remote that I was trying to set up.
Sure.
But it allowed me to res. He correctly surmised that it wasn't a nice that would stop him. I resed a pop-up window.
Right.
And then, yeah.
That's an interesting bit of
It's
splash.
the one thing I dislike the most about playing Psy is not having the money to play Psy.
Fair enough. Okay.
So, Steven is just getting his dollars in right now. He's got 2 simultaneous campaigns running, one ticking at 5 more, and 1 full. Sans the first.
Unfortunately, what this means is that Kate just sets up that much faster. Beth is running at full tilt.
5 clicks a turn is incredible.
It's-
Beth Kilrain Chang is the Shaper standout of this set thus far.
The problem. I mean, I love her, of course.
Oh.
The problem.
Ooh, getting rid of an Eve.
Okay, just
in order
go.
to is
Let's
this
move.
time to rush the future?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I don't see why you don't. My apologies. Why you don't run her in every Shaper deck?
Yeah, I think she's a mandatory include at this point.
Like I'd say,
Unless you're Tag Me Shaper, like a just Minder build.
I guess, but does Tag Me even exist right now? So like, I just,
Exchange of information would say no.
she seems more important than Shugamble.
Yeah. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
actually say so.
Yeah.
Maybe more so than daily casts.
Maybe, but I can't imagine starting a Shaper list without just saying, oh, too
Beth
bad.
Kilrain Chang. Yep, at least 2. Or a Miser's Beth, but
Yeah.
2 seems like the nice number.
Yeah. I could see this deck running 3 of them and an APOC deck running 3 of them. And in this case, only 2, but he's seen both of them, so that's nice.
This is great for him to get down early because setting up, it accelerates him that much faster. It looks like he's just gathering the pieces in
He's
hand at the
really
moment.
trying very, very
Yeah.
hard to not reveal his tech.
He hasn't seen the first SMC as well.
Okay. Because he's holding
The lab. It's
Councilman,
yeah.
Hyperdriver.
Oh, there comes the Councilman.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. It's a
Yeah.
nice tech card that
Yeah.
functions in a number of
Very
different
true,
ways.
very true. But as soon as he drops a Leprechaun,
Yeah.
you would imagine that Steven knows what's up.
And Steven knows what's up.
He's got the nice full art from Worlds 2015. I looked through his deck earlier. It's just tricked up. Just generally a nice looking deck. It's got the full art. It's got the promos.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna run food codes, you've got a lot
yeah,
to pick from, right?
yeah.
It's like running a DLR deck. It's beautiful. it's half built for you.
So,
yeah.
Steven taking a second to mull over.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Jig is up, so, well, if it wasn't up before. So we're going to see how it goes. What do you do in this situation?
Really hope that I'm having ABT in my first server.
You blast it if you
I
do.
would definitely be sweating.
Yeah.
I think he. I
It's
honestly
definitely
think
not
he
an ABT.
didn't.
It was, I think, just a goad into
Yeah.
the server.
I think he didn't realize what he was up against because now.
Yeah.
The
No,
fact
it's,
that
it's
he's
time
now
to
starting
hit the tank. Yeah.
Think.
Well, I mean, not like he wasn't thinking before, but now is the time to really
Sure.
consider what's going to happen in the next half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so dropping something into the remote. Advance. Oh, ooh, nice.
Oh, okay. So he's just
Yeah, just
gonna try and get a food out.
yeah, an open come on to Julian.
Yeah.
Alternatively, he could grab some agendas back during the big time turn.
Ah, that's true. If you get a good Vitruvius, that's actually a very smart play. Josh has a cube. No, it didn't sound like you wanted to do it.
I thought you would. There's a. Sorry. So yeah, Vitruvius with a couple counters on it is going to be a very strong
huge,
thing.
yeah.
It's going to increase the number of times he has to drop into R&D, unless he keyholes like a god.
Yeah.
So contesting the server as expected, there's a magnet there. That's going to keep him out for the time being. Does he drop Atman's Strength 3?
Right.
He doesn't have the money to really contest, I think.
He's gonna. Looks like he might try though.
He's going to hop in, see if he gets the... Not really getting what he needs in order to contest that server.
No, he's just not seeing his SMCs, which are important just for his plan too.
Oh, very much so.
Oh, look how hard he's
Yeah.
drawing into it.
First a False Echo, then a DDoS.
So that's pick 3. He can install one of those cards.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks like he's going to get away with it. And that's going to be huge in this matchup.
So we're crossing our fingers. I know he had a food in hand. I'm not seeing his hand now. But yeah, I'll be a little sad if it's a food. Right, no use not playing the other Leprechaun now.
All right, and dropping the SMC on. That's
Okay, yeah,
that's
yeah.
a 5.
Yeah. You don't need another artist colony. That seems fair.
So slowly pushing with his pointer,
I think
dropping
yeah.
the hype.
5 clicks though, man. Wow.
It's great.
It's
just
huge.
Beth Kilrin, just the best. Yeah, if the corp is not giving you an extra click, then they're poor.
Oh,
so
he
you're
didn't
great.
or maybe he did. I didn't catch it, but
He did.
all right. Well,
Yep. Alert Victor if you can.
okay.
He's using the die, right?
No, I think his credits are down here.
Yep.
So he did fire a beta test,
Oh, okay.
and it did not go well.
So, results of this beta test. Bad.
Yes, all 3 in the bin.
All 3 in the bin. Oh god. May I see what's in the heap? We're looking at a fair amount, just a quick scroll through.
Yeah.
He brought his fan side.
This is dire. He doesn't have the Jackson to immediately erase this mistake.
Now he's got his fan tag. There we go. Yeah, this definitely looks grim with potentially already milled agendas in the archives. It's going to be difficult.
That's the kind of Hail Mary play you need to do to win this game, though.
Absolutely. You back up against the wall. A Glacier is not going to have an easy time against. Oh, and he's just going to grab one back. That seems like a reasonable play. You see Vitruvius. What's he going to take?
You grab the Vitruvius here, I think.
Yeah.
I wonder if he. Yep.
And you try and.
Julian is, I would say, 3 turns away from being able to just mash in, depending 2 if he doesn't continue. There it is. There it is. So, what else he needs? Hyperdriver, a couple more.
A couple more, which
Yeah.
are easily accessed.
The keyhole,
But now he's further away because he needs to.
clone.
He
Oh no,
needs-
he's going to save the clone for the false echo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If he didn't ice up R&D that way, he would have been able to apply those clones elsewhere, making his job that much easier. So
Yep.
he's trying to, I think, delay him long enough that he can score the Vitruvius.
Yep. So Steven having 2 points right now, and Julian still scoreless, 0-0. So we're looking at another fan side dropping, and another hyperdriver dropping,
Yeah.
and a pitch of the colony. Okay, this is sweet. Steven's got a do or die here.
He has everything he needs.
All right,
Install advance.
advance. Yep.
And he just took 2 credits.
Oh, what? Okay,
You
no.
can fire off right now. You can fire off right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that
he
Julian can just
will.
do it.
I mean, he doesn't have the training wheel, but does he need it? I don't know.
So, thinks about it. He does not have a turning wheel.
No, but there's only the one in the deck, and
Yeah.
well, he actually could grab the turning wheel via fan site if he wanted to.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, apologies. There is a turning wheel in this deck. Yeah, and he definitely could.
Julian is mulling over whether this turn is the best turn to do what he wants to do. If he waits, another ABT could fire, but I don't think that's what's in the server.
What do you think it is then?
Well, I'm trying to look at his hand as he shuffles. and
There's a
see-
sales team.
Is
There's
the Vitruvius there?
well, he's got a frantic shuffle that we can't really make heads or tails of, so we can only speculate. As is, Julian's
Maybe
not
it's
going
a
to go off.
Jackson, but it doesn't do anything. Not that he knows that.
Not that he knows that. Well, Councilman, right? He has to res preemptively
Yeah.
in order to make that burn. All right, so Julian not going off this turn. It's likely going to happen the next.
Well, but will it? I mean, he's thrown down a daily cast. That's not going to pay out for a few turns. So that's a strange move. Maybe it's simply maybe it's a bluff.
The more
Would be
time,
interesting.
yeah. Nah. The more time that Julian takes to set up, the more time that Steven does, of course. I think this game just ultimately favors Julian. Oh, there it is. He is going to do on the next turn, no matter what. He is fairly effectively forking Steven here, asking him whether he wants to score the agenda or to shore up a little bit more. I think shoring up is futile unless he has magically 3 ice in hand,
Yeah.
which he definitely doesn't. So, yeah, If that's an ABT, he got a chance still. If it's not, then I think this might be GG, depending on the relative density of his R&D still, because it looks like he has got a couple
He's
of
got
agendas
a lot
in
in hand, which
Yeah.
is a good place for him to have them.
the best place to have them.
However, if you do like 6 or 7 keyholes and you don't see anything,
Yeah.
oh, there's another
Then-
ABT.
Oh, very nice. Fire that. 1, 2, 3. How did this one go?
1.
Okay, and it's an architect. That's
All right, so
that's
now
awesome.
he needs to find the Escher.
He has to drop. Yeah.
Because now he can scope that. But the admin deals with that, right?
Yep.
It's a little bit more expensive now, though, to installing for 6.
It's a lot
2
more
credits on
expensive.
each. That's
Yeah.
a
Instead
that's
of
a
$0.
big tax.
Yeah.
Now, does he run archives just to see if he can score a few agendas?
So
And save, or does he just save that for later?
I was I don't know. It really depends because I feel as if Julian, he's not very experienced with this deck. He told me that he's only played it about 4 or 5 times.
Wow.
So, well, prior to the tournament, of course. So, I noticed that he had a bit of tunnel vision because I left my HQ completely open, and I was stockpiling agendas in there, and he never hit it. Other than no, actually never.
Discarding.
It's just so tempting to hit the plan because the plan has hardly failed.
I'm not
It's
sure.
taken him all the way to the top.
Yeah, and I mean at this point, you look for money because you're going to need it.
You can't toss it. Don't toss it.
Well, and what he needs now is Escher, which is why he needs quality time
To dig to it.
to dig to it because he's not going to be able to find it with the fan site. Well, he could, but he could just
Yeah,
look at it.
but
and
then he
shuffle
could
it
just
back.
look at it and shuffle it back in. Yeah, both players just hustling to get something going here. Steven actually looking pretty neat right now with the Res Archie on R&D. Means that he can kind of... he doesn't quite have
Yeah.
the material in hand to do a chain, but...
It
he-
would be nice if the 2 ice that are res were different strengths, because he could threaten
Yep.
to install advance of food and fork his admin.
But right now, Julian doesn't have the money to go gallivanting around the board.
It's true, but
especially
but
with that
investing in a
Asha.
3-strength admin. Oh, that's true.
However,
But he's got the
rumor
rumor
mill-
mill. He's got a 3. If he invests in a 3-strength admin, he could just definitely pick off that agenda. But it would set him back. So it might be a worthwhile proposition to make him.
I don't think he
fall
has a
off the
way
game
to
plan.
recur the rumor mill either. So
Are we not seeing any same olds?
no.
Okay, fair enough.
So this would prevent Steven from getting to 6, which is of
Yeah.
course score out territory with biotic labor.
Right.
But it would set him back a lot with regards to executing his keyhole R&D repeatedly
Yeah.
plan.
But if
13 clicks worth of keys, bound to turn up at least an agenda or 2.
so, if he install advances that food this turn, he forces Julian to act. Julian
Yeah, it
has
has
to
to
go get
happen.
it. He has to play the rumor mill. He has to install admin in 3. He forces Julian to do a lot of things he'd rather not do.
Yeah, this will set back his plan a lot. This will put Steven to potential 6 if Julian doesn't go get it. So that would be a
put
great play.
Steven at 7.
Oh, the GFI you mean?
Exactly,
Yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking you meant the sales team there.
I'm pretty sure there's a GFI in hand. I'm not sure what he plays here.
I am as of yet accustomed to seeing the beautiful full art GFIs. Does he have 3 in his list? No, he has.
He's going to
He has 2.
protect his remote, install, and he's going to go for the sales team. Oh, never mind.
Nope, take your
I
credit.
lied. Maybe he's going to try and score that Vitruvius.
A Vitru with 3 counters is just points though.
Yeah.
Or sorry, with 3 advancements is just points though. Anything, even just 1 counter on it would be
Yeah.
aces.
I mean, maybe he biotics.
All right. So,
Does he do it this turn?
looking up the Miranda Rhapsody Greatest Hits collection and grabbing another hyperdriver.
Okay. It's all I'm at for free.
End of Steven's turn, of course. Taking 5 with Beth yet again. Is this the turn to do it? I think it might be. He's got everything he really needs for this. He's got the DDoS in hand. He's got the keyhole in hand. He can. Sadly, he'll have to spend clicks in order to install them.
4, 5, 6. He can only get into R&D 6 times though. That could be enough to win the game, but the amount of agendas in HQ makes it less likely.
I think 6 is enough to win the game. If you think that there's agendas in
fair enough.
Archives to scoop. We saw him tanking a little bit about what to take back with the archived earlier. So if Julian picked up on that, then he might think there's at least one more from the early failed ABT.
Sure. Why? And the second one wasn't a complete
yeah.
failure, but
Yeah.
there
It wasn't
were
the
2
greatest
cards.
either.
So we've got 5 cards pitched, meaning the likelihood is that one agenda was in there, which he rescued. But it's possible for there to be more, as we've all learned.
You ABT win some, you ABT lose some.
Yeah.
Is this winning notoriety?
No notoriety in
No,
this
no,
deck.
right, no.
Is that a common thing to have in this list?
I think freedom through
Asher
equality is
and
more.
Freedom,
often.
yeah, I would think so as well.
You're Ashering and then you're keyholing anyways. And
Yeah.
You're picking up an archive anyways.
So you're guaranteeing yourself a point.
I think freedom makes a little bit more sense because you're not necessarily doing Escher, but you are necessarily scoring points.
Speaking of notoriety, can't wait for Smoke to come out.
Oh, it's going to be fun. We'll see if Stealth has the speed
Yeah,
that you need,
yeah,
but
the chops
40
to
card
hang.
deck.
Yeah.
40 card deck.
40
that-
card deck is
where
excellent.
where I mean you're refracting right from the get go
Right from
too.
the jump. What's a barrier breaker you playing then?
Well, I mean, maybe Blackstone.
Yeah,
It's like
okay.
it's going to be pricey. It's not like you're going to need some money.
All right, so Julian's still deliberating at the end of Steven's turn, looks like.
Yeah.
Is this the turn to go off? Looks like it might be.
It looks like he can't. He's got to install the keyhole from hand.
Yeah, it'll take him out for a click, but that's fine because he only has a
Is-
finite number anyway
Is he
because of that
wondering
architect.
if he should SMC for something first?
We could possibly make some
Nope, just overwriting it.
Overwriting it for 4, leaving him with
So this is not the setup
9
turn,
credits.
or this is not the go turn. This is another setup turn.
Yeah, I didn't think that
Sure.
this was a go turn.
Sure.
He needs to find Escher,
Yeah.
and he knows that. He needs to find Escher
I don't
or
think he
a
needs
boatload
to.
of money.
The line you described earlier, where he just goes in a little bit and then checks archives regardless, I think is enough to win him the game at this point. But we'll see how it goes.
But it's not a sure thing.
No, it's not.
And if you don't win,
Neither is 13,
You don't
13
win.
times into R&D though.
yeah.
It could be that all your agendas just refuse to see the light of day. Yeah.
And he just can't find that one of Escher.
Could we get a report from the other tables for this top 8? Thanks very much.
It looks like Andre took a game off Dean.
Oh, very nice. Local hero Dean Tran getting taken by Metropole Grid's Andre. Both running very, very nice and consistent decks. All right, so here we see a Vit with no counters on it. So taking Steven to 6, very strong, allows him to fast advance out of hand. If he has the time, which I don't think he does at this point.
Yeah.
If this isn't the turn, then I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Like, he has to go.
But, yeah, he can get in 4 times.
Is that enough? Probably.
Well, he can click for credits to
Sure.
get more access.
Yeah,
but-
opportunistic peeks into R&D too with the TT dubs because he can grab it with the fan site.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, this is still a setup turn.
Wow.
He should have spent his archives in a long time ago.
So we've got HB Glacier versus Kate Glacier.
Yeah. And is Escher going to be the last card? He's looking for it.
Yep.
And if he finds it, then that's
There
it
it
is.
is. There it
This
is.
penultimate card. He solves the turning wheel and decides that. So this
Oh, the
is
turning
it.
wheel was in hand.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Well, I mean, he drew his entire deck.
Yeah,
He knows where it is. I'm thinking probably using Artist Colony to get one more card out of the deck might have been the play. So what has he got? What lines does he have? He's drawn the entire deck. You're Steven, you're looking at Julian drawing out everything. You know that Julian's looking for the answer,
The
right?
piece.
And if you know the diaper build, you know that piece is Escher at this point.
So you dig for another ice and put it on HQ then?
Well, it could just, well, he's got touring. He could just be touring. I don't know, like, but does it matter?
It definitely does. This is the win or lose turn for him.
Well,
next time going.
How many ice does he need installed to do this? If he had 3 ice in hand and he installed on HQ, we might have a problem.
How deep does the layer need to go for the false echo to be?
Well, how many false echoes are we seeing right now? We've got 1 false echo installed
And 2 clones.
2 clones, so that's only 3 false echoes.
Maybe one more.
In hand.
There's 1 in hand.
Maybe one in the deck.
Oh, in the deck as well. Yeah, you're right.
That last card could be. It looks like a 1 card.
Yeah. Well, we see one on top of heap right now too.
Yeah, which is not ideal. I would have loved to see that installed because
Yeah.
he does have the memory for it.
But he needed the Escher.
Yeah. So really mulling over his options here.
HB very strong. A lot of. I think we have 5 decks out of 8.
Yeah, well, and some of them are Rushford, but Food Codes is well represented here despite the strength of Rumor Mill, just because it's that taxing.
Taxing and consistent. Food codes. Thanks for Global Food Initiative.
And now I'm a little surprised that these Food Code stacks aren't running maybe a one of ELP, Enhanced Logging Protocol, but they are running that one biotic to be able to biotic out of Rumor Mill.
4 ETFs.
4 ETFs.
Nice.
There's 1 green deck, and I believe the rest are simply in the end.
Yep. Okay, so dropping it into the server, advancing it once.
And that has to be the corporate sales team.
Yeah.
Yep. And
So this
yeah.
is. Oh. Whoop. There it is.
Interesting.
Okay, another piece of ice there. I don't think that really does much, does it?
No, because I mean he can lift. Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter where the ice goes.
Doesn't matter where the ice
It's
goes.
all part of the. And here we go.
That is +9 for a total of 14 clicks this turn, including Beth Kilrain Chang's.
I think this is the longest diaper setup I've ever seen.
Why is this deck called Diaper?
I believe it's DDoS Hyperdriver. It's not spelt like a baby diaper, but it sounds like it, and it's perhaps one of the more unfortunate deck names.
All right, so there's the DOS. 14 clicks remaining. Quick one, Asher.
He definitely should not have.
Yep.
all of that.
That's a shame. There it is. Not contesting that server whatsoever.
Install advancement mistake.
So maybe at this point, he almost definitely should have.
It's just protected.
Yeah,
Did he have the ice to do so?
not really. It didn't look like he only had the 1 piece of ice in hand, which is Turing. If you looked at it correctly. All right, false echo, clone chip, false echo, clone chip, false echo,
Okay, yeah.
and we're in.
With a lot of clicks.
Yeah, I did a lot of clicks left. All right, whiffing for the first time, dropping the Jackson idea. Councilman on the board. Of course, there's no possibility of a Jackson on board
Doesn't
either.
matter, yeah.
Doesn't really matter. No need for the cats to come out. We've got the politicians. So, shuffling yet again.
The cat can guarantee him 2 points.
Pardon?
Cat can guarantee him 2 points in the vote. 2 clicks.
How would he get into the remote?
Atman.
I'm in 3, yeah.
Yeah.
With 4 credits, though?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Yeah.
No, that's not going to happen. Whips
All
again.
right, whiff again.
Get rid of an architect, doesn't matter.
Yeah, most food code builds being taken in today, also running the full complement of Eli's and architects. It's worth the 6-cent hit in order to run just great pieces of ice.
I'm not super sure about Eli in a paperclip meta.
In the paper, it's still good.
It's still good, but
There's
it's not
there's a
great.
bit.
There's a bit. This is not looking
No,
too great.
he's
for
got
Steven.
he's got way too many clicks here. With the turning wheel as well, he's just going to
Yeah.
spend a click if he doesn't see anything in archives, or if he doesn't win outright in archives. Just checking HQ, and that's almost everything sorted out of this deck. There must be less than 25 cards left there. There's Biotic.
I can't say that this is my favorite type of Netrunner, but these decks exist. And
It's certainly an effective type of Netrunner.
Well, it's effective, and it forces a meta to
Adapt to it.
adapt and move a little faster.
And then this is a blank here. Eli goes away.
A rushier deck probably would have had probably has a much better matchup.
Well, I mean, he played this like a rush deck, right? He's at 6.
tried to, yeah.
Yeah, before the thing.
Yeah. But a Glacier build can only play like a rush deck so
much.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he got to 6, an admirable
Absolutely.
effort.
Yeah,
So there are how many agendas left in deck according to his full whiff? It's a Jackson. That's, I think, all Jackson's spoken for.
Yeah.
So, 5 clicks remaining
Yep.
with Julian here. He knows that there's at least one face-up agenda. Well, he's got one face-up agenda.
2 face-up agendas in archives.
What was the other one? ABT?
Yeah, he's got an ABT as well.
I missed that one. So, this is it. Thank you.
APT and APT and
Cool.
Yeah.
Again, not used to these beautiful full art region World Championship cards. Maybe I should go and buy myself a deck.
Well, nothing here. Another
in there.
architect.
All right.
The decks are quite nice. There are a few problems here and there. The Queen's Gambit being miscosted.
Right.
The toll booth text box being way too big.
Checking
because
somebody's-
it's,
yeah.
because it's formatted for the architect dice and not readjusted, which is kind of silly.
That is a little silly, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I was checking somebody's deck earlier, and they were running a 1 of Queen's Gambit. Very funny. I raised an eyebrow at that. All right. Third last click here.
I believe that Josh's wizard deck at Nats won a single Queen's Gambit. It may just be that deck.
It's a nice shuffle.
So I wonder if you keep seeing
1,
nothing.
2, 3.
If you
full
keep seeing
whiff.
nothing, do you just like start poking HQ?
Yeah, you definitely do. He's,
spend all the privilege.
Oh, on HQ, right? Oh yeah.
yeah. One, two. All right. So this has become a 6-4 game in the span of one very, very long turn. He's going to wipe and check HQ and
that's
see if
game.
it's GG.
It might be.
Well, there's food.
There's food. I don't know if there's anything else though. This will be very intriguing.
He gets to see every card but one.
So
Oh, right. It got clogged up with a lot of ice from False Echo. This is great.
right, that's interesting.
All right.
So
So, whiff. Hit. 6-6. One more. Hit.
That's
Good game.
and False Echo wins the day.
Despite it relying on False Echo, this deck is a real deal, it looks like.
Yep. I imagine.
How
that
popular is this right now?
I hear people talking about it in the Slack chat a lot. There are some, and I've seen several streams of people practicing it. it has weaknesses, and if it takes up a larger part of the meta, I think you'll start to see more executive boot camps,
Right.
Or other ways of rezzing ice. Maybe
Amazon Industrial.
RoboCop,
Oh yeah, of
right?
course.
The whole Surratt City Grid thing. Especially strong on the hyperdrive return.
Because you rest everything,
Everything
for
for
free.
free.
Okay. So
The ultimate
GG.
tech.
What are we
Yeah.
seeing next time?
Let's find out. Do we have a bracket ready?
Victor is currently using it at the moment.
Okay.
We're just running off of challenge.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a moment to see what the 4 matches are in the following round and see what we should put on stream. Soon enough, we'll be streaming the top table, but right now we're looking for.
It's mock temage
but
in here.
but Liberty account costs you 8.
Yeah, which is almost not worth it for the amount you're investing into it.
And I mean, play that against Max. She does not have enough money to. No, like
Max already runs on razor thin margins.
Yeah.
And
to have to pay 3 for your wireless net pavilion, to have to pay 2 for each of your same old things.
Yeesh.
Scarce Resources is going to do a lot of work.
We didn't see that much Milmax here.
No, I think a faster meta is not necessarily stronger for us. So we're just looking for looking at our matchups.
So what's our bracket looking like right now?
It looks
Let's
like
have a gander.
Alex won against Eric.
Yep.
Oh, I believe Eric actually had to take a mandatory loss because of a deck check problem.
Tell them the URL.
Oh yeah,
The
sure.
URL is up. It's challenge.com. So that's challenge, but with it's challenge.
Can we get a quick overlay of the URL, please?
.com.
It'll be in chat for you.
Then that's
Okay.
perfect. Yeah.
Slash 2016. Yeah, we'll just put it in the chat.
All right. So what's losers looking like as well? Dean versus Steven. Eric, yes.
Eric versus either Sunho or Aaron. So we could see Andre versus Julian. I wouldn't mind seeing Alex versus either Sunho or Aaron.
Alex and Dean, 2 regionals winners. Alex, I think, on almost the same list as Dean is. The Wizard, Sans, Wildside, and Draw Engine.
No, Alex is running
Traditional Wizard.
No, he's running Val.
Oh, Val.
Val with ditching the wild sides for Earth Rises and Sports Hoppers.
Okay.
And,
What's the rationale?
Just trying to fit in a little bit more tech, but he seems to be doing really well, but he's light on breakers. He's not got any answer to code gates except for Parasite and a single Faust in a 50-card deck. But he did well for himself, so you can't really.
It's really
argue.
difficult to set up against Val because you always have to consider that
Red and
none of
black,
your
yeah.
servers are safe.
Fair enough.
Surprised we didn't see more Val. Val tends to ebb and flow in popularity.
Absolutely. Well, with the meta starting to move a little bit rushier, it seems Val would be less popular. Val has one of the time setting up. Val can't necessarily deal with Biotic. Doesn't.
Not really.
Yeah, because Clot is only going to work in Shapers now. Period.
Clone is just too much influence to splash in almost anything else.
Well, it'd be a very different Anarch deck. You'd be eschewing all of the MWL cards, essentially, just to bring in clone chips.
And MWL being really effective at nullifying the Parasite clone chip meta from years past.
Yep. I mean, Shaper could do it okay,
Sure,
but
okay.
that's still 6 influence spent on that alone, and you have better things to do with your clone chips.
Yep. 7 influence? Or sorry, 9 influence? Each Parasite is
Oh
free.
no, sorry, I meant in Shaper.
Oh, in shape.
You're paying 3 clone chips
What's up?
for your clone chips.
Oh. Very nice.
Okay.
So we've got Aaron Chalofsky winning his round over Sung Ho Lee.
So let's see if it's going to be a roll-off or if there's an actual.
Is there a mandate?
We need to find out who played what in these matchups to find out exactly what we want to be seeing. I'm going to lean towards Alex and Aaron, but I'm happy to defer to you.
I would love to see.
I'd like to see Sun Ho on screen as well.
Yep.
Or Dean.
I'd love to see Alex and Aaron. Let's just continue to drop in winners bracket action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex and Aaron.
Eric versus Sungho would be very interesting to watch because if Sungho was corping,
The Corp deck is very fun.
it's a very fun deck. With that said,
This is the Nationals, and we probably should focus on the winners.
Aaron's corping. Yeah. So,
it's,
what are we looking at here? Controlling
Aaron's
the message?
CTM
Yep.
versus Alex's Val that we were just talking about.
Great.
So this is going to depend a lot, I think, on starting draws here, as with a lot of things in CTM.
Let's have a quick gander at this Val deck.
So-
yeah, let's tell us.
We
E3
got
feedback.
Rebirth. We got Rebirth. We've got E3 feedback, which did a lot of work for him and Dean during the regional season, getting that free break with Faust.
Yep. The one break with Faust. Well,
Well,
cut break.
the free extra subroutine.
Yes.
What I mean.
Extra subroutines, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So one Rebirth, a lot of great options in Anarch, of course.
Yeah.
The best faction to Rebirth into, or out of, or again. We've got Edward Kim, we've got Ketzel,
Yep.
we've got, of course, Wizard.
Absolutely.
And of course with Omar Kung coming out very soon.
That is going to be a very, very strong Rebirth target.
Saving 3 influence from the Sneak Door beta.
He's got a little bit. He's got the one Soul Set Slums, and if he sees that early, that could do some work for him. 3
There-
Street Peddlers.
A lot
two-
of one-ofs in this 50 card deck.
It's things that are nice to see,
Yeah,
but
but
not
not
necessary. Notably his console turntable is a one of, and he's also slipping the strips. He's got 1 mem strips to be able to supplement if turntable doesn't show up. I guess he's just trying to. He doesn't want to see a dead draw,
No.
and ideally in the late game, having both of them is very nice.
He can just blast through his deck, and his deck has minimized the potential for Peddler to whiff. If you see, he's playing the Earthrise, he's playing Liberated. He's got daily casts. Earthrise Hotel as a replacement for Wildside.
It's not ideal, but you do what you can. They're like Wild Side Chronotype. It should be expensive. to import. I mean, he may have been able to afford that draw engine if he didn't go for the new Anarch Desperado Temujin contract. I mean, Desperado
Better than Desperado.
Well, yeah, and cheaper in influence too. You can run 3 of them for the price of 2 Desperado, and it's just insane money, especially with the efficiency of Anarch braking.
Okay.
Just so much Temujin contracts. Seeing on
Yeah.
the tables this weekend.
It's almost like it's a good card.
Almost.
Almost.
It's great payoff, especially with
Yep.
Career Fair. It enabled the recent revival of Criminal in the meta. It's the best.
Alex is sliding his Lotus
Of
Field.
course, of course.
We should mention that.
It's just on you guys.
Okay. We should mention. So he's just slid his Lotus Field Icebreaker Tournament mat onto the table.
That's from Worlds last
from
year.
Worlds, the Icebreaker Tournament. We should mention that Alex won that tournament.
Very nice.
He is the champion Icebreaker. He also did very well at the actual Worlds as well. I can't remember his exact placing. And you're about to see, if you haven't seen in the past, Aaron's competition mat, which is a piece of cardboard overlaying
It
his
was
actual
found
mat.
at the Hairy Tarantula North during the Plugged In Tour 2013, I
And
believe.
did you just not bring a mat and decided that was correct?
You saw a piece of cardboard laying on the table from an unpack.
And he gets every person he plays against to sign it, and it is littered with signatures.
Some
from
heavy
a
hitters
lot of
on there.
incredible players. I see Josh Wilson on there. There's a Sly Squid signature that's easily visible. I've signed it.
So,
You know,
yeah,
the who's who of Netrunner.
it's great. Not that we're calling ourselves that.
No, not at all.
So, what's this matchup? Who does it favor? What's it looking like?
Well-
Val, if Val gets her pieces nice and easy from in the top like 25, then she's going to rocket. But otherwise,
Sure.
CTM is going
Well,
to just rush.
Exactly. Let's talk about. We should take a look at the CTM list. He's running 3 Toll Booth, 2 Little Engine, and an Archangel. Those 3 ice are going to give Alex a really hard time
If they get rezzed.
if they get rest. However, so you've got to find your blackmails, and those are very strong, of course, but actually breaking them will be very, very difficult. He's not actually running a decoder. His breakers for those decoder, these 3 pieces of ice, will be Faust and David.
So Alex is one of the strongest players that I've had the pleasure of meeting.
Yeah.
He is just consistent. He knows what he's doing. He plays yellow almost exclusively,
Yeah.
I want to say. He knows what CTM does and is
Yeah.
capable of. And in fact, he took down the Montreal Regional with
Exactly.
a 59 card?
59 card CTM.
Wow.
During the brief time where the MWL wasn't in effect to affect
Yeah, those
breaking
halcyon
news.
days of late July.
And it ran actual 3-pointers and was just like
Puppet Master.
Puppet Master. I believe that it ran early premieres to be able to score 5 threes off
Yeah,
the
off of
table.
the table.
Just-
That was a hot brew.
And this was also at a time where people weren't sure how to play against CTM, and they just let the assets get out of control.
So, Aaron's NBN build.
Aaron-
What does it look like?
Well-
is this standard?
It's fairly standard. I worked on it a little bit with him a little bit to try and get where it is right now. I know that he added a few more ice to be able to strengthen up a few matchups that are otherwise very difficult with such an ice-light build. He's, I think the most specific tech that you see is that he's switched out some of the global foods for Hades and Utopia Fragment so that he can run the 3 bankers and 2
And 2
Sansons.
cents.
Otherwise, this is very similar to Big Boy CTM Tempo Tag.
So, Hades and Utopia are liabilities. All right, round has begun. We're getting some cuts. We're getting a thorough cut from Aaron. He's got his 5 set up. He's got Val up front. I think just saying, I'm Val, I have a bad publicity.
I want to mention one other notable thing about Aaron's build. Aaron plays with the threat of hard-hitting news. There are 0 hard-hitting news in this deck.
It's very interesting.
Aaron's taking the mulligan.
He's got 2 All-Seeing Eye as well. 2 All-Seeing Eye, 1 closed accounts. I think I would favor him running more close accounts. But
I as well, but it's that sort of thing. Like, you play against a number of decks, and you go, "Oh, I really wish I had All-Seeing Eye
Yeah.
more than I wished I had closed accounts
Yep.
right now."
the pinch of ASI lessened by Ms. Estevez over here, though, right? He needs to run 2
Exactly.
in order to bash out.
Yeah, so it's. I almost think it's worthless in this particular matchup. Like,
Unless he has both in
if
hand
you have
somehow.
both in hand, yeah.
Yeah, and a breaking news with 2 advancement counters on it
Yeah.
already, or some other Crim Tribe
Yeah,
scenario.
you could. I mean, a Sansan and an Astro could enable
True,
you to do
true.
2 of them, but I mean,
That's
for
much
you to put
less
that much work
likely.
in, how many resources does the runner have to have?
Well, he has 17, so.
So if they're like,
Yeah.
if one of them assaults at slums,
Yeah.
and there's a Temujin and a liberated
Yeah.
account,
Temu,
maybe
Temu with at least 12 on it.
a Street Peddler or 2.
Oh, that would be some hot stuff. I would imagine he burns after the first
Burn-
ASI.
Well, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Very easily legible click trackers from Aaron Chalowski here.
But maybe he doesn't. Maybe it's no, he probably does. He probably figures the second one's coming.
Yeah.
Because why would
if-
you bother otherwise?
Yeah, if you can grab a prog for 1 discount at trash speed, that's great. Although, of course, we're speculating about an incredibly contrived scenario. Let's get real here. Game 1 is, this game is about to begin. We've got Aaron with just a nice keep. That looks like a very consistent hand to get things going from the jump.
He mulliganed. It seems okay. Like, I'd like to see more installs. He's only got the 1 bankers, so he's not able to threaten a lot of installs. But he's good. He does it anyways because you need
And then
you need the
Toll
runner
on-
to
Toll on R&D.
take a hit.
At least HQ is relatively safe. Alex might spend a couple clicks poking it.
Maybe if he gets a data sucker, maybe it's a Temujin.
Yeah.
But I don't
It's
know. And
definitely if it's a Temujin, right?
well, yeah. If you know that you can punish it 3 right off the bat, that seems fair. That seems like a fair start.
All right, Gamble Earthrise. We're going to see 6 more over the period of 3 turns.
So draw gamble. Did he click for a credit?
Well, he's got 6.
Yeah,
so,
I guess so.
Gamble Earthrise counts for 1. I'm not sure where the other one went.
Yeah, he must have
Okay,
clicked for a credit.
so we're seeing a GFI drop into hand. We got a res of the Commercial Bankers group.
And we got another bankers.
Oh, very nice, very nice. So Raven on HQ.
And yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see another bankers hit the table, but
Yeah.
if you've got GFI and Deal in hand,
You've got to
well,
protect.
having him steal GFI isn't necessarily the worst thing.
No, but if he has Temu, then that's just so much value for
Yeah,
him.
absolutely.
And free agenda points.
yeah.
Successfully incentivizing running Temujin contracts.
I mean,
Not only do you get money, but you also might win the game.
he goes
All right.
and he gets rid of that for
There
1
it
credit.
goes, there it goes. Click gone as well
There's
to
Trace.
clear the tag, I'm almost certain. Although he might do a little bit of setup and then clear tag. Last click.
I don't even know if there is a tag yet. I think we might be thinking about the trace value.
Would you pump it?
Probably not.
No, I don't think so either. Think.
Yeah. You got a 0 link runner. You don't mind.
Yeah.
I can only imagine really pumping it if we're running last click to trash something.
Too bad you can't hybridize IDs and have sync ability in controlling the message.
Yeah. Or any H's ability in controlling the message.
Of course, Employee Strike. How good is Employee Strike in the CTM matchup?
Pretty good. I feel that Cellset Slums, of course, is that much better because it effectively does the same thing, but better.
Better. But how many Salset Slums is the right number to run? For Alex, it's 1.
For Alex, this one, I think if you are really fearing asset hate, some mixture of Employee Strike and Slums, it seemed a lot of players thought that 3 was the right number. I know that a number of the top performing Wizard lists at US Nationals were running some combination of 3 Solstice Slums and Employee Strikes.
He just floated the tag, and then Sung liberated.
Wow. He didn't realize he was tagged.
Did he forget?
That's
I'm very surprised. He didn't
That-
clear the tag at the end ultimately, and then he, as a result, he lost a liberated account, so it was almost full.
that seems. Yep. So now he does it, and
So now,
he's
yeah,
broke.
yeah, this huge tempo swing.
Huge tempo.
Wow, Alex, I'm so surprised.
He just forgot.
Yeah. And now Aaron is just gonna ham it up with some remotes.
And why wouldn't you? You've got
You've
you
got
have
you've got
no
time
threat.
on your side. Yeah.
I hate to do this, but I'll say this: if Alex brings it back, it will be incredible.
This is
Toss.
too much of a deficit for you to think that he is going to get this.
CTM has so much tempo. That's what this deck is, a tempo deck, and Alex has seeded all possible tempo that he has. Early in the game, he's clicked for 4 credits from nothing against
Click,
the deck
click,
that's printing
advancing
money.
out a Beal. Why not?
He just
Yeah, why not? Like,
you know that he's not going
Yeah.
to check.
Yeah.
You
I
know
wouldn't
that he
even
can't.
I wouldn't even call that canny. That was
No.
just
What you had
straight
to
up.
do.
All right. Pitching a card, passing the turn back. He's gonna draw 2 cards
I don't know
here.
if I'd pitch an Archangel, but I'm not Aaron.
At this point, I think that he just has a bunch of material in his hand.
Yeah.
He's
I
just
mean,
going
he
to
knows what
score
he's
out as much as possible, get to a 4, even 6, before Alex really maintains the ability or regains the ability to contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely time is on his side, though. He's got the new pad campaign running. Do you think this one will have headphone jacks?
Probably not. Yeah.
So,
So this will get him back in the money.
what's the Mark server? Temu?
Temujin, yeah. And so now he's going to be able to
HQ?
get himself back into the money. And we know the commercial bankers group not going anywhere. And it's not being defended either. So it's a pretty good server to place that on.
To slime onto. Okay, so this closed accounts is a
Could
really
be
big game.
Really, really good.
Yep. Once he gets that server shored up with a Raven, it's going to be excellent. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, new server.
And I believe he just installed the food.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Is he trying to?
At this point, why not protect?
Contest.
Why not protect the commercial banker?
Because it would stop firing.
Oh, you're right. But you would keep him from making the money, I think. But that's
That's
too much
fair.
money in order to do that.
Well, he's got 12 left on there. He might end up running it either way, anyways. And then you've got a rezzed.
Yep.
Then you've got a rezzed piece of ice. So that's interesting.
Blackmail into food.
He has too many encounters on his side.
Too many counters on his Temujin?
Yeah, because he has 12 right now. He has 3 left on there. On that 3 left.
Okay.
Maybe contact Victor.
Thank you, Terrence. Okay. Click, click. Temu a couple more times. This is a weird game.
Yeah. So he's getting his temple and then dirty laundry for the last
back.
Temu.
Yep. Last click. Okay, situation amended.
Maybe we missed a sure gamble.
That's so feeding him the GFI early in order to EOI off of breaking news later
Yeah.
on.
Well, and that's a good way to
Standard
just
play.
eat up a blackmail.
Yes, indeed.
I think I agree with that.
Now that the Earthrise is gone, unless you hit consistent Earthrise,
Yeah.
his source of new cards has dried up. He's going to be forced to click for new ones, thereby giving Aaron even more time to just get his shenanigans up.
Absolutely.
Another Bankers group hitting the table. Does he need the money? No. He's just gonna bang out behind it. Okay.
And all right, let's start the hammer count.
Okay. Rebirthing into Kim. This was one of the strongest plays during, most Netrunner being played in the last couple of months, especially against a deck like CTM where their operations are deadly, or we'll drown you in a sea of tags, or we'll just allow them to win the game straight on the table with psychographics and Project Veil.
So he wants to, yeah, like get rid of the psychographic exchange.
Exchange of information.
Wizard would have also been a fine thing to just
Sure,
trash
to
him.
just mash into those.
So, I don't know.
So
I guess the game is essentially won by those operations rather than by the assets
But yeah,
themselves.
they gain huge amounts of incremental value, but ultimately will not win you the game. Alex, I'm sure, has practiced this matchup multiple times. He's going to advance out another
another
Beal
Beal.
behind it. We'd love to see the APP in Aaron's shoes, of course, but you take your points where you can get them.
And he's going to go and try and get the hammer count up.
Okay. So if you use Kim's ability to trash an operation when you have Salset Slums on the board, what happens?
Nothing.
Okay, so it's
You have
not
to pay,
you have to pay the trash cost. So it's just like with the imp, where if you use the imp's counter, it doesn't Salset Slums it.
Correct.
Okay.
And Solstice Slums also doesn't work with Political Operative because of the way that it is worded.
All right, so hopping into HQ, or Aaron thinking about whether or not he wants to res. Looks like
I guess.
no res.
I'm not sure what it is that he would
Random
res,
access.
but
King of Servers pops out a
Toll Booth. So I'm wondering, did he buy 3 of those packs? I did see one person in Swiss. Okay. He's trying to get him later in the turn.
Okay. I mean, does Aaron have free? Oh yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah. But I saw one guy in Swiss running 1 alt art toll booth, or 1
Nice.
full art,
One full- and then 2 regulars.
Which
Yeah.
is a strange thing for a corp to do, but so be it.
You can't compromise your aesthetic sometimes.
Do you just install that?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he
You
does.
just blindly?
Yeah,
Okay.
blindly. I think Alex sniffs out an agenda at this point, though, being a noted pilot of this deck. But I don't know. Anything could happen, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so planning on just mediuming it up.
Okay.
Here's a table. He's gonna
Oh,
run.
he's going to ignore it.
Yeah.
Right.
If he hits a breaking news.
Oh, he has to trash that Mumbad Virtual Tour.
Bye bye.
Oh no,
no,
he
it's
doesn't.
not only one
installed.
installed.
Never mind. So
He
if
thinks
wants
about
to, if he wants to
trashing it,
dig
though.
deeper, he does. But that's big.
I like Mumbad Virtual Tour a lot. Is it standard for this deck?
It is not standard, but I think it should be. Oh, it's this. You got a Sensi, which just mows past
Ding,
the
ding,
medium.
ding.
So maybe you don't even score the breaking news right now. I think you just defend.
Well, what happens if you score the breaking news? You EOI, you get the GFI.
GFI, which
That's
you
a
win.
huge tempo swing, right?
Oh, it's a game.
Oh, it's a game.
Yeah.
The best tempo swing.
Yeah,
Okay.
advance
Bang bang.
and
EOI,
that's game.
GG. Just yanking it from him. All right.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's sad that happened, right?
That first
Yeah.
go, we'll have to ask Alex. I
Your
almost-
robot
I
beach
almost feel
money
bad.
isn't as safe as you
Nope.
think it is. All right.
And the hammer did nothing.
No. That was
That was rough.
surprising that ended up the way it did. We've got a lot of time to kill in
Got
the
a lot of
round,
time. Do we bring in Aaron to talk about his
Yeah.
the changes to his
Well, sure. That sounds great to me.
deck? Okay. I'll go look at that.
I'm switching over. Thanks everyone for watching today. We hope to bring you a little bit more Netrunner action as the day goes on. Right now, we're going to have a look at the challenge bracket and see what is up. So we've got Aaron moving on one in the upper brackets. Alex dropping to lower and facing the winner of Dean versus Steven. Hey, we've got Aaron here to talk about what just happened and his deck. Let me.
Sure.
I'll just pop the Slav squad behind you.
I'm also happy to do the same.
Okay, no, that's fine. Have a seat.
Camera's there?
Camera's there,
Yes.
and we'll ask Travis to transfer over to the screen in a moment.
Yeah.
Well, Victor right now might be streaming another match. I don't think so, though. We're going to have time to talk to Aaron here.
Yeah. It would be strange for him to move a match over.
Yes, it would be incredibly bizarre to uproot a match in the midst.
So we hear of Aaron Cholofsky, also known as Aaron Rokovich, online.
God, my hair's off. That made it worse.
Don't worry about it. Just learn to accept that in this hotel.
Where's
behind
Genser?
this
Is Genser here? Can he fix this?
He might be able to, but he's not here today.
All right.
So I think you're just left with what you got there. Let's talk about your deck.
Yeah, so CTM.
Okay.
How is it
CTM?
based on?
Well, I took Adam here's advice, and one of the big changes I did is based on the big boy tempo list. I've dropped the hard hitting news,
Simply relying on the of it.
relying on the threat of it, and relying on and more the fact that runners are just really rich these days, and lending the tags has been proven to be increasingly difficult. The other change I made was I dropped 2 of the GFIs to free up 2 influence to get the 3rd commercial bankers group, and I did actually see all of them in this game, so it has been coming in handy.
Have those 3-pointers proved difficult for you in any matches? I think I saw a match that ended prematurely because of it, or prematurely.
Prematurely, yeah. The match yesterday on stream, my round 6, I was completely open to getting Keyhold, and he had already taken 2 Beals, and he got a Hades fragment. So you could say it made me lose a turn earlier. I think I was already in a really rough place, so I don't think it lost me the game. I think what lost me the game was opening myself up to the Keyhold play.
Exactly. Okay.
This deck is slightly more vulnerable to turntable because of it as well.
Absolutely, yep. But I was hoping that more people had turned off of turntable because the Astro Train is not a threat
something-
anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Nor is the Nisei.
Nor is the Nisei.
Yeah.
So people seem to be more on Grimoire or Vigil.
Yeah.
Why is the Nisei train no longer a threat? Is it because of Rumor Mill? Is that the
it because
card
of the
that,
kitten?
I guess that's what it is. Polena, I think if you look at the stats, Polena was underperforming last season, whatever. And the threat of Rumor Mill plus Temujin has really made it an unpopular choice. So I don't know what the stats are for here today, but I saw one Jinteki all day. It was an IG. I don't know what you guys saw yesterday.
Mikhail himself was playing Paladin.
Oh, you were playing
found it
Paladin, huh?
difficult.
let's not talk about that anymore.
Okay.
Let's talk about your awesome list
Yes,
here.
okay.
We've got 1 closed accounts and 2 all-seeing eye.
That was a change I made at the last minute. It used to be the other way around: 2 closed accounts, 1 all-seeing eye.
Right.
But the all-seeing eye was always the one that I really wanted in hand, and the closed accounts was more of a finisher. So I switched it up, and that's also been a good call today.
They function roughly the same purpose, except the all-seeing eye just takes off Temujins on board, among other problem resources, of which we are profligate. Beth Kilrain Shang.
Yes.
That's a big one I can think of from Shaper. And of course, Anarch's like suites of awesome good things.
Yeah, exactly.
Even hitting a daily cast with 6 left on it is great.
Pretty great.
Yeah, there's a lot of good targets for it these days.
And just getting rid of Val's blackmail
Yeah.
is something too.
That match was truncated. Let's
Yeah.
that was a play mistake.
Talk us over
Like-
what happened there.
I think the big turning point was when he installed the Liberated rather than clearing the tag from trashing the commercial bankers group, and let it, because I had if I had had less money then it would have been a good play, I think, because it still cost me 4 credits, but I was 10 10, 12, 13 credits, somewhere
Right.
around there. So it only I could still res my toll booth afterwards.
Right.
We saw you thinking about that for a little bit. Were you contemplating boosting the trace or resing some stuff?
Yeah, but the tag seemed to only come in like probably about 15, 20 seconds after the trash.
Tag took its time.
Yeah.
So were you contemplating?
No, it was. I think he was. He realized that he had miscounted, and that he couldn't remove it and install the liberated and hit it.
I would love to be able to ask Alex what his rationale that was there, but
And that let me slow him down enough that he couldn't find additional blackmails, that he
Right.
couldn't check that remote.
absolutely,
I
it was-
baited one out with the GFI,
which is the right thing to do.
and then and I just
That
I
GFI
was lucky
the
to
GFI
see
won
the
the
breaking
game.
news and the exchange of information.
Yeah,
and
your things came great, but you did what you had to. You dropped a Beal on, you got the early points down, twice over, in fact.
Yeah.
And in Alex's shoes, you don't. Have you played this type of build, Alex's build?
The Val build?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I was playing something like it for regional season. I didn't do super well.
Minus Temujin card.
Yeah, minus 10 images, obviously.
But you know at that point, if you're that far behind, that he's not going to sniff out your remotes.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was throwing down the naked Beals. So I felt pretty confident about those plays.
That was great. One bad virtual tour. Adam was telling me it's not standard in this build. What's up with that?
That was another card on Adam's
A
advice.
Marostica innovation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just putting it on your either your commercial bankers group or on your Sensi Actors Union, whatever, one of the political ones you have down,
Yep.
just to make it either that much more difficult to trash,
Yep.
or they do the play where they trash it and they go to 4 credits, so they don't have enough to be forced to trash the Mumbad. But then that means they're playing around with really low credit amounts, so I feel much more comfortable in that situation.
Absolutely.
So it's a good defensive piece. What did I drop? I dropped a Jackson for it because
Wow, dropping a Jackson.
yeah.
I guess if it allows your senses to stay around longer, then it's doing Jackson's work.
Yeah, so there is that. And what else did I drop?
Your Ice Suites. 2 Data Raven, 2 Wraparound, 3 Resistor, 3 Toll Booth, 2 Little Engine.
Oh no, I was running
Archangel.
marked accounts before. That's what
Marked accounts.
And I talked you out of that.
yeah.
Though I wonder if freeing up the influence off of commercial bankers group is
I think commercial
enough.
bankers groups is just that much better. Than
Well, it's
commercial-
incredible, but like the criticism I've heard of maybe people who are less skilled pilots of CTM is that I'm spending 4 to 6 influence on a card that always gets trashed.
But in the process of it getting trashed, you're accruing so much value.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It for me, it's more about even if I just get to hit it once, then I've made 2 relative to their paying 2 plus a click and 2.
It's like a pop-up. Again, it's influence where, I mean, there could be an argument for replacing them with the much less powerful marked accounts that will never get trashed.
I think what the Montreal crew is doing, I think they've dropped the pad campaign
For launch campaigns.
launch campaigns.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so that lets them play a lot tighter of the game, if need be.
Does
I've
Alex
just
not-
been letting the Temujins go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we actually talk about whether or not you maybe defend the Temujin with a Data Raven, just to defend your bankers group and not let it fire, but then that becomes a remote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not worth it at
No.
all. Yeah.
Like, that's about the only interesting thing. I was experimenting with, like, neither of the fragments have really done any work for me. They're just there to be influence-free 5/3s. Used to be a Puppet Master,
Yeah.
but
Would you consider running Executive Retreat just for the lulz factor like Dandergenio?
no, because if you do want to have some value, if you switch out for it, and you don't
Exactly.
get that
As
with
your first or second. You
Yeah.
don't get that one.
No.
Yeah. Utopia Fragment, Hades Fragment, just blank 5-3s basically.
Thank you, my friends.
Well, sometimes I mean, Hades Fragment could do some of the
occasionally get-
Lost Jackson work.
Hades Fragment can do some of the Lost Jackson
Utopia
work.
Fragment, if they are playing on low credits, could just get you the game.
Yeah.
Kind of a big upset. Like, I was surprised because Alex is normally a very tight and consistent player, but for him to just get his liberated trash to come out like that, lost him the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You capitalized extensively, or just as much as you needed to do. So, very well done. Can we talk about your Andy list a bit too?
Yeah, sure. I've been really surprised by my Andy list because I thought it was the weaker of the two, but it actually carried me through yesterday. Admittedly on some really lucky wins, but
Your Breaker Suite, 2 Mongoose, 1 Paperclip, 1 Gordian Blade, 1 Femme Fatale.
yeah,
Is that standard?
I don't think so. I think people are still running like a Passport and
A zoo?
a Zoo or a Peacock.
Okay.
I think the Gordian Blade is a good meta call because of HP.
Yeah, the hot
Turrings,
stacks,
yeah.
code
The
gates.
hot stacks of code gates. The first one sucks, but after that it gets less bad. The Femme Fatale has also been
It's
nice
also
include.
pretty decent in the NBN matchup.
Gordian?
Gordon, yeah?
Sometimes maybe.
Sometimes.
I guess if you hit a if you hit an Archangel toll booth, but I think you're most likely to hit an
Yeah,
Archangel.
once again, they tend to run a lot of code
Wrap
gates,
on,
so
right.
they, like, if they want to stack like a little engine in a toll
Yeah.
booth,
Yeah.
that doesn't math out very well for them.
No. Okay, cool. Earthrise Hotel, Daily Cast, Temujin Contract, same old thing.
What I like that you did here was you didn't go full in on the run economy. That's what I did with my Andy, and that's how I lost. a
Yeah,
lot of games yesterday.
I cut the security testings a long time ago. Same time I cut the stealth suite. Just because once you get locked out, it's just that much harder. Same with Data Sucker. I tried that out, and once again, it was too much all in.
Right. So Katie and Daily Casts did a lot of work for you.
Katie has been rock solid all tournament for me.
Okay. And the Daily Cast is sort of keeping you afloat so you can continue installing things.
Daily cast, yeah, and it's nice to have just another target for career fair as
Right.
well.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Looking at your list after I struggled with my Andy yesterday, I kind of wish I just Aaron decked.
I guess the big thing that's kind of questionable is the 1 times turning wheel
Right.
and the 2 times Fisk investment seminar.
It's the Fisk investment seminar. Does that? I found that giving the corp that many cards is just the worst. But they worked for what you're doing because
It can be the worst, and I'll give you that. Sometimes it is bad. But I found that with the 2 sports hoppers and 3 Earthrise, inadequate amount of draw. Especially because I'm only running 2 special orders. I needed something that was influence free, ideally cost me cheap, and drew cards.
how about John Masanori?
That goes too all in on the run, and I wanted to avoid doing that.
I see.
I tried John Masanori in Josh's 420 Lila, and he always underperformed. He gave me tags that I just didn't need. Did you find yourself playing the Fisk Investment Seminar at least inopportune times for the Corp?
Yeah,
for,
you
like,
can-
why they're trying to score?
Yeah, like you can time it pretty well, so that it's not that good for them, and it's better for you. And it did win me a game. I know this is results-oriented thinking, but it did win me a game where I was locked out of R&D in the remote, and I knew he had no agendas in HQ, but it was click 1 Fisk, click 2 legwork.
Nice.
There they are.
Yeah.
How did Frisky go?
Oh, that was against Sunho, and frankly, I think he should have won it. I made a lot of suboptimal plays, and I left a tag on for a turn. It was just like your early morning, like first game, aren't quite in it yet.
Yeah.
How did you end up turning it towards you?
I know how to play. Like I've had experience playing against Victor with the Gagarin. Sunho's playing a lot spicier list with not net damage, with a lot of mid damage.
Dedicated response teams.
Dedicated
price
response, priceps. But the general plan is the same. You get to you kind of try to control their early state as much as possible and snipe a few agendas, and then you just sit back, let them do whatever while you build up like a 3 or 4 card R&D did for the last 2 or 3 points.
Right.
And that's exactly what you did.
And that's exactly what I did.
Right. Yeah, and I see that you ran R&D interfaces rather than the popular medium, and looking at it, I wish I'd done the same because, again, repeated runs actually proved far more difficult than I thought they would.
Yeah.
In testing, I found that I was winning a lot of Andy games with medium, but I think I was just playing against the decks that weren't tech to beat Andy.
Yeah.
And that's...
And the medium, I didn't like that you had to run it a few times to charge it up as well.
There's no way to clear ice in this build. No emergency shutdown.
Nope.
No parasites.
There's a fem to invalidate maybe like
one
toll
piece of
booth
ice.
or,
Yeah.
With your experience, would you consider running an emergency shutdown?
Yes, I would. If Wayland were more popular than HB, but HB, like the things that are really annoying are like Ichis or Sherlock's expensive.
But toll booths.
Toll booths, yeah.
Toll booths are the worst for criminal. But I mean, that's about the only real target.
Yeah.
Because, Archangel's annoying, but you're not going to shut down for 4 credits unless you've got them on lock.
Yeah,
Otherwise-
exactly. Yeah, so with HB and NBN popular, I felt like the shutdown wasn't going to do as much as it
Right.
possibly could today.
Right.
I went with same old things instead.
Planning for this meta.
And I've been using them for like to get 4 inside jobs or something, like not even for the siphons or for like the legworks or the big hitting cards, just like inside jobs to get past those pieces of ice that you mentioned.
That's fair.
Very good. What did you expect going into Canadian Nationals in terms of composition, both corp and for runner?
I think I expected more CTM than showed up,
Okay.
but I guess people have been pushed off that. I was expecting a lot of HB,
Yeah.
and my Andy has been muddling her way through those matches, so I felt kind of confident about that.
Sure.
I was even thinking about putting E3 in, but I don't have anything that synergizes well with. I was expecting a lot of HB and Sync and Soul and various flavors of NBN.
I noticed
Not
that you're
as-
not running a networking.
No. Playing CTM, I found that like I didn't care if they had networking or not, because it was more about the tempo loss of clearing the tag
Right.
rather than the credit loss. I thought about putting in maybe what's
Crash
it?
Space.
Crash Space, because it does double duty as meat damage protection
And tag removal.
and tag
Yeah,
removal.
Free tag removal.
But that's card number, I guess, 47.
Yeah.
I'm-
What was the 46 card in this deck?
Just because probably the same old things, but I preferred having 2 rather than one of them. Just felt a little more consistent, and it's something you can play out of your early Andy hand.
Yeah.
So if you had to cut one card, what would it be?
It would probably be this one same old thing. Maybe one Fisk investment seminar.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
You should always play 45 cards.
I know.
Oh, no. 46 is a great number. Well done. Congratulations. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. My goal for today was just to make top 4, and I think I'm in that now.
Yep.
So I'm just gravy
Means
from
you
here
get
on.
honeycombs.
Oh, I get honey. They have the honeycombs here today.
I'm pretty sure they got honeycombs, buddy.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Well, as you saw, I used dice instead. So.
Yeah. So I'll take your honeycombs. Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to plug at the moment? Do you have do you do articles? Do you have a stream?
Oh, I've written a few articles on StimHack. If you want to check those out, I've been trying to write really introduction to the basics and the fundamentals of Netrunner to help out new players because.
Which is great because this game has a very steep learning curve.
And I think like mastering the basics and the fundamentals of Netrunner is also good for like intermediate level players, and that's what gets you. That's like the difference between someone like me and someone like Dean or Dan D'Argenio.
Right.
Like they've got the basics down pat, and they don't make those mistakes.
Small mistakes. Even just like a wasted swing drawing a card can mean the difference in the late game.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would not say that you're a man who makes mistakes. No, just
Well, I wouldn't
watching
say
me
that
play.
about any of the players here, and yet we've seen a couple.
That's fair.
during
That's
the
fair.
tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, we're taking a break right now. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m.
So we'll see you guys in 17 minutes.
All right.
All right.
Thanks very much.
And thank you guys for commenting.
Hey everyone,
Back a little early.
welcome back. We're just about to start loser semis.
Yeah.
I think. Losers quarters. My apologies.
Okay.
Yeah. And we've got coming up for you now, Dean Tran piloting Wizard versus Alex Bradley playing NBA controlling the message.
These are 2 regionals winners.
Oh yeah, true. Dean traveled to Ottawa and took the regional there.
And then,
Yeah.
when Alex took Montreal.
And Alex took Montreal.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then what happened in Toronto?
A Montreal player took Toronto. Vincent.
Vincent.
Yeah.
Vincent Petit.
Vincent Petit.
So, what do we have here? Looks like a slightly unconventional Wizard build, although from what Dean was telling me earlier, this is becoming more and more known. I think he got this list from Josh Wilson.
From Simon Moon, I believe.
Simon Moon, okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about
also
it.
known as Kenny Deacons. This is a very aggressive deck in the way that it draws. It doesn't rely on Wild Side or Earthrise. It relies on just burning through the deck as quick as possible with injects and Street Peddlers and Red Burst, and get everything sort of in the bin.
Yeah.
It does have some problems with the cards being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but it's essentially trying to see them as quickly as possible. And you don't mind paperclip in the bin. And you use Retrieval and Deja Vu to get the cards you need back, but you've got sort of a just this punch bowl of answers for a lot of different things.
No recursion besides Deja Vu
and Retrieval
Run.
which can be very dicey.
Yeah.
But you need a strong pilot because you need to do the best with what you've got. It's got a lot of really good threat cards. It can threaten HQ with Bagat, and I know he ended it on Wanton Destruction.
Yep.
He found it had enough money, so he got rid of some Dirty Laundries to add in the 2 Rumor Mills, which apparently did a lot of work for him in the tournament. And a lot of the really important pieces are largely immune to the Street Peddler inject problems.
Yep.
So you'll always find your Net Ready Eyes, you'll always find your Ice Carver.
Yep.
You'll always find the Temujin contract. You're running 3 of them.
It's incredibly important.
It's incredible, especially in this run-focused type of deck.
Very heavily
It's
incentivized.
running 2 Data Suckers and mediums.
With triple parasites, it's going to be difficult to keep them out of the Temujin server. Yeah. And I think that really is the difference between a heavily run-focused criminal or shaper build and one by Anarch.
So yeah, this is a Faustus build. This is 2 Yogg, 2 Mimic, 2 Paperclip.
A standard breaker suite for...
And this deck is only going to get better with the release of Black Orchestra, and then eventually the 3rd piece, which is coming, I believe, in martial law. And when the game's begun, you've got defend, install.
This doesn't look like an easy deck to pilot at all. Whereas Alex's build looks pretty cool. We've got 1 magnet in here too, eh?
Yeah.
All right, so Dean's starting off with a I've had worse, looking for some pieces. I will be right back, sorry.
So I'm not sure if he goes to check that remove first turn. Maybe he's not that concerned about it. I think he just probably sets up here. I'm not sure why he's at 3 credits instead of 4. He's installed Vision. My apologies. That's right. Daily casts. Tossing a Deja Vu early on, that seems pretty dicey, but he does seem to have a lot of important cards in hand, ones that Deja Vu would be working for. I think he just installs and takes a lot of money.
What's happened in the game thus far?
We've got a few more installs. Dean has tossed the Deja Vu largely because he's got a lot of the pieces he wants already in hand, so he's less scared of losing them to the destructive draw that Anarch is known for.
That is his solo Deja Vu, though.
That is the one Deja Vu, but I guess the pieces in his hand are just a little too important.
Fair enough.
I would have thought about tossing out the Grimoire
Instead,
because the Grimoire isn't immune.
Yep.
That said, If Gormar is then on Street Peddler with something really important, you can't hold on to it. It's a deck full of really tough choices. But when it fires on all cylinders, as you were on the bearing brunt of several times, once yesterday and several times the night before in testing, it wrecks.
Yeah. It is solid and consistent, apart from its draw engine, which can be dicey at times.
I mean, I tried it a few weeks ago, and my first inject was 2 Yogs and a Mimic in the bin, which before I could find in Recursion, a Cronus project destroyed the 3 Yogs. However, I still won that game because Parasite is a card.
Yes, indeed.
Data Sucker's a card.
Oh man. Hence this Magnet in Alex's CTM build, I guess.
I guess he knows that a lot of his ice are just really easily parasitable, and a little spicy bit of attack. It's interesting that he found room for that spicy kind of attack in a 12 influence build.
But maybe.
I can never really pass judgment on someone performing this well, this consistently. He knows what he's doing.
So, thanks for bearing with me stream. I'm going to switch in for our very own Travis Louis here. He's going to take over commentating duties.
Terrence Louis.
Did I say Travis? Oh, so I'm sorry. Terrence. Travis is our AV guy, and he's doing a bang-up job of things. So we're switching in for Terrence here. He's going to take you through the rest of quarters and semis. We might have Andre swap in later, and we'll see who else we can get on here. Thanks very much. Come on in.
All right.
So we've seen a trash of Senses Actors Union. We've seen a trash of Jackson Howard. He's just letting that Jackson go. He's not that concerned about getting things back. Maybe trying to pressure some of Dean's money, although he's got a lot of it. He's currently sitting on 14 credits.
But like Dean's gonna eventually run out, right? Because when I played him yesterday, he had issues with just running out of steam halfway through the game, especially in a very grindy game like this. I do think that CTM has, like this build of CTM has kind of a problem in it doesn't seem that resilient to large medium digs, which I worry might happen in this.
Yeah, we've only got the one tool booth. We have 3 Archangels.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, no spoon, so the Archangels continue to be a problem.
Yeah.
An Archangel is not an easy ice to parasite.
Right. Yeah, particularly because, like we said, this is a Yogg build, so eventually you're gonna run out of data suckers. You're gonna run out of. I mean, there are ice carvers. There's the Network Eyes, but again, it is a Yogg build, so all the heavy toll booths, Archangels, all that sort of stuff.
However, because it is Ice Light, because it's not running a CVS, there is no shutting off archives easily for data center counters.
Right. Yeah. But you got the Astro.
And we got an Astro. Oh, and he's running my Altart. God bless him. Not tournament legal, but you know what? Who cares?
Yeah.
My heart is swelling with pride. Thank you, Alex.
So he's already lost 2 pieces of ice, right? He lost the resistor. And
Lost Resistor and
maybe just one.
and now Quicksand.
Yes.
I like it as Temujin tech.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It's not. I wouldn't say it's great in an Anarch meta with
Right.
lots of parasites around.
He's gonna toss that as well. And so the medium dig has begun. With Alex only on 2 credits, it'll probably continue, but he's got a res Sansan.
Yeah.
And currently, Dean has no way of contesting that.
I think I see. I keep on leaning over to try to see what's in his hand.
I know, it
he has
never works, and I continue to do it too.
He's got a breaking news in hand, and a res Sansan, and an Astrotopian. So the problem is, if Dean sees something big, hypothetically, he can get punished pretty hard.
No! He's not happy about that.
Yeah. No.
And medium comes up
Yeah.
for single access. And that's
Yeah,
Jackson,
done.
which is fine.
I can hear Dean. He's like, what, 20 feet away? I can still hear him going, yeah! It's in the background. Which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, a perfectly expectable card to see, but not ideal as he is fairly low on credits. spending one of those credits to try moving through his deck. But now what he's got is a number of fairly expensive to install breakers. His full suite costs 12 credits to install, and he's a long way off of that.
He does have the he dropped the Mimic.
He drops a Mimic. What does that mean? It means that he doesn't believe he'll need it.
Yeah, he doesn't have. Well, he's got 2 copies of every breaker, as he kept telling us this entire weekend.
Absolutely. So, but does he, like, if he knows his list up and down, you don't need a breaker for Data Raven. You just need money.
Because the only sentry is Data Raven. So
And yet this is kind of the almost the interesting thing, but unfortunate thing about knowing an opponent's deck really, really well, is that you can simply say, oh, I have the answer for that, and I don't need more answers.
right.
So the Sensies are gone, the Jacksons are gone. If he can find another Jackson, he can totally shut off the draw engine.
Oh.
Never mind. And we hear Dean's laugh because some of that is going to come back,
Yeah.
namely 2 Jacksons
2 Jacksons.
and a Sensi.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Yeah. Totally expected. Yeah, the problem is I don't see Alex being controlling the message obviously protects the sensies themselves, but I don't see him really being able to use the sensies all that well. Do you? Again, and also because it's an isolate build, do you think you can't really shut off Temujin, can you? Like, can we
I
archive?
think that it depends on what you draw, but I played a similar build to this one. It doesn't run a lot of remotes. It's able to run with fewer remotes, the way that it's built, to try and shut off that kind of Temujin
Right.
play. And when those remotes do come out, they're high powered. So are you going to let a Sensi stick around just so that you can get Temujin money off it? Are you going to let a Banker sit around? Maybe a Banker's, but not a Sensi. You can't.
Right.
That card has too much value. Your money isn't that important.
Right.
So we've got a Yogg out, still a long ways off of
Being able to hit that
being able to hit the Archangel, but at least is getting him through the pop-up for free.
Yeah. He can get through. Again, he can get through the magnet. Topus when
Yeah.
it comes up, maybe. But 3-up Archangel is really tough.
He's gonna need a data. He's gonna need the data sucker to do any real work on it. Yeah.
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 That,
Thank you very much. Those alt arts, if you're going to be at Worlds, I'll be bringing several with me. Please talk to me at Worlds, and I'll happily give you one. I printed a bunch extra. I just want to share the love. Also, those of you who are running tournaments and want the file to print off for yourself, feel free to sound off, and I'll try and get in contact with you, because I'd love for that to be seen everywhere. I put a lot of hard work into that, and a lot of love.
So I see Dean holding onto his Parasite, top of his hand. I think he's eyeing that Quicksand, but
Well, I guess so, or no, it's Archangel.
Oh, it's Archangel.
Well, R&D is his win condition.
right.
If he can get in there and stop the agendas from coming into Alex's hand,
Yeah.
then Alex can't win. Alex can't score agendas if he doesn't see them.
Right.
So now he's just clicking to draw.
Yeah.
Which is not what CTM wants to be doing. It wants to be drawing like crazy with Sensi,
Yep.
or at least Jackson drawing. But
Right.
the Jacksons are one Jackson is gone. 2 of them got shuffled in the deck. They'll show up, but we don't know if they'll do it in time.
Oh, he's gonna install the Ice Carver and just walk through all that for free.
Yeah.
Ice Carver's coming out now, and he's gonna walk through it like 4
Well,
times.
I think he's got that on archives, and he's just going to money up on it.
No, he's got the Ice Carver, so he can walk through the.
Well, no, but I'm saying that Temujin is on probably on archives. 'Cause
No, he just installed it a second ago.
where's the Ice Carver?
It's in his hand
Okay.
right now.
No, but I'm saying the Temujin is on archives, I believe.
Did he run yet? No, he just installed a second ago. Oh, I guess so.
It's on 3 counters. He's taken off twice, which is why he's got the money to be installing
Okay.
things.
So I see. Right, there's another Temujin hand. Okay.
Yeah. and he's installed medium. It's got that one counter on it.
I mean, the problem with this is I see Alex purging now because he can get through them.
And I think that's okay for Dean. I think Dean is fine with either of them.
Right.
For Alex to have to spend an entire turn purging, there is some. There's only 3 virus counters though. It's not a hugely valuable purge.
Right.
That's a I'd call that a desperation purge, and I don't know if he's there yet. I think he
Well, he has to, because the reason why he has to purge is that next turn Dean can access 5 cards off army.
fair enough, but
But I mean,
Fair enough.
at the beginning of Dean's turn, he's gonna have a 3rd virus counter on the parasite.
Yeah, but Alex doesn't know that he has the ice card.
yeah,
Oh,
but
right. No, but
it wouldn't matter.
3 parasite counters is enough for Yogg to walk through.
Regardless, he's installed another quicksand, which will keep Dean out for the meantime because Dean does not have access to a paperclip yet.
Right. And yep.
I think ideally a Data Raven would have been the best piece of ice there, but a quicksand will keep you out.
There we go.
And he's got some hard hitting. Oh, that is going to not be great for him, but not. Well, I think he's going to lose the Temujin.
Right.
So maybe you empty the Temujin
Yeah.
and then start clearing tags because, or at least half empty it. Because there's not a lot of punishment he can do
Right.
at the moment. So I think he's trying to be okay regardless of whether closed accounts or Temujin is
Gets
hit.
trapped, yeah.
Although both could be, if he's got a closed account, so he could just simply trash the Temujin, but he's not in a good space money-wise.
Right. And he still needs that paper.
Both players have fairly strong positions at the moment. With Dean having 4 tags and Alex having a little bit more
Just
money
getting all
and
that money.
decent ice.
He's drawn through. He's played what 5 hedge funds I think at this point, because he shuffled. No, I'm sorry, only 3 hedge funds, and then a whole bunch of sweeps.
Is he going to hard hit him again? I believe he might. I
Well,
think he just did. I think we're going for an 8th tag so that he can. Maybe he's working on just permanent tagging.
No, but he's just trying to get
Oh,
a lot of
no.
money, burn a lot of Dean's money.
Yeah, just. So that wasn't another hard hitting news. That was my mistake. So now Dean is tagless.
Yep. He spent his full turn dropping it.
Yeah.
And then
So hard hitting news not doing a lot besides a little bit of tempo.
right. Although tempo is of course important.
Yeah.
We just let the Archangel go. Oh, there's gonna be a.
I think he gave him the Archangel,
Yeah.
hilariously, which we've all done a few times. That seemed like a early Archangel death.
No, it was at.
Was it
at
6?
5. It just
Okay.
reached. It just
oh, it
reached
just reached 6. Okay, I thought it was going 5.
Dean drew first, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 is running on Temujin. The last drop of the tag, I think.
Drops
there
the
we go.
tag and empties out Temujin.
Yeah. And now he's got the 8 in case there's another hard hitting. Of course, I'm not quite sure. What do you think that remote is?
Is he going to toss the Ice Carver? What has he got that's valuable right now? The Daily Cast probably has least value, yeah.
Well, he still needs money, but he has what?
2 Temujins.
2 Temujins in hand.
Yeah, so I think he's okay. If he can get a paperclip, Temujin and R&D is value.
Yeah. Just getting in there for free, getting all that money, yogging through that.
So I think Dean is basically trying to figure out whether he clicks to draw, because he's out of draw engine cards.
Yep. He does. I
I think
like
he has to because he doesn't. He needs a paperclip.
He needs a paper.
He needs a paperclip to move on.
Or he needs another parasite. And there's another piece of ice there. I wonder what it is. You didn't see it when it went down, did you?
I did not.
All right. So both the quicksends are out. It could be
He was perusing the archives,
right.
so it could be that he was looking at how many parasites are left.
Right.
He's got a parasite on the Street Peddler, which could be very, very good if he can get the data sucker on the board.
And now that thing is advanced, it must be a GFI, I think.
It very well could be a JFI or a...
Of course.
Yeah. So Alex is definitely in a good position here, and Dean just needs a breaker.
Yep. Well, he could. There was a parasite on that peddler, so
Yeah.
he could get through.
Could get through the quicksand, but I would imagine that the ice on R&D is still going to be a pain for Dean. Otherwise, why would he install it?
Could be another Archangel. Could be a Tollbooth.
So Dean's definitely under the gun here,
Right.
because if Alex has another 2-point agenda, he just wins.
Why do you think Dean installed that?
Well, he wanted to get rid of the. It is an Archangel.
Yeah.
So he's going to get 2 accesses at R&D.
Yeah.
And hopefully clear out any agendas that might be coming into hand. So he sees 1, he sees 2,
Yeah.
he just sees some ice.
I'm very surprised that Dean installed that parasite before running.
It was the only winning play. It was the only.
No, but he could have run and then wait until before access and then before encounter, sorry, and then installing it then.
You're right. You're right.
Because if it was, let's say, maybe he wanted to save that click. See, no.
So Alex has to protect R&D. Oh, this is
Unless he has the
interesting.
deal in hand.
No, if he has the Beal, he just wins.
Right.
So that's not part of this.
Right, because he
Oh,
saw the tag
so-
from the. He had the tag from the killing the quicksand.
Oh, I guess he wanted to capitalize on the turn. Interesting that he wouldn't clear that.
So it would be fine if Dean stole the DFI right now because
Yeah.
Alex doesn't have any high value or low value agendas that he could trade away.
Caesar Jackson, then he trashes.
Done. Yeah.
He can go in one more time.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised Dean hasn't installed the data sucker.
Well, he doesn't have any money.
Oh right, that's true.
And there's breaking
There's
news.
breaking news, which is totally fine for Dean to steal.
Yeah.
Totally fine for Dean to steal. UI does nothing for that. What could Dean cause? Yeah, he's not installing that Liberated anytime soon. Oh, what happened?
Oh, it was a GFI,
Oh right, yeah. In the remote itself. Okay,
and that's game.
that's good.
So Dean, this knocks Dean out of contention, and Alex continues on to loser semis. I was rooting for Dean.
Yep. Well, he's
Good
Toronto.
friend of mine.
He's the
But
only-
and Sang Ho has been knocked out, another Toronto player. But Aaron is currently playing, I believe, the winners finals. He just did a fist pump. I'm not sure if that was on purpose. Oh,
Yeah, because he's in the winners bracket.
oh, he is actually at the grand finals. That's
Not the grand final.
waiting. I'm not sure. Okay.
Winners finals.
Oh, I'm not sure why he's waiting, but that's fine.
He's waiting for the because he's in the winners.
Oh, I
bracket.
guess he's waiting for them to finish.
Yeah.
My bad.
So you
I'm
match up. Yeah.
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
It's been a long weekend.
It has been. I guess we can invite we'll invite Dean up for a postmortem if he's ready to talk about it,
Or Alex.
or Alex, one or the other. I'll go see who's available.
So yeah. Hi, I'm Terrence. This is the first time I've been on stream alone. I think. I'm not quite sure what to talk about. How are you guys doing?
Just say, are there any questions in this
Do we have any questions? We've got. So we have a suggestion from Bune that Dean could have run the remote 4 times to get the quicksand to 5 strength, and that way he could break it with David and get into it and steal the GFI.
Did he know it was a GFI though? That's a lot of.
He didn't know. He didn't know it was GFI at the time.
What, in the remote?
Yeah.
I had a feeling it was. He wouldn't do it without being a GFI. I forgot that I had the
That's
tag.
fine.
That was a turning point for me.
Oh, you forgot the tag.
Yeah, I forgot that tag.
Okay, so Dean, take us through that last game, and what difficulties your deck ran up against.
This time it was like, okay, so I had parasites early on, but then he had a good amount of barriers, and usually like you want to set up a little bit faster, but I didn't know what he was trying to do off like the initial. I thought he was trying to MBT me, so there was that concern. And then just not being able to find paperclip or just like the drawing, or just go and draw fast was the issue. So I had pieces to be aggressive, but it's not exactly what I wanted at that point, right? I want to be able to just get the breaker suite and then threaten.
Right.
So I didn't have that. And I would have to spend so much time trying to do it, which is kind of the issue. I don't know. There was 2 points of consideration was I could parasite the HQ and then just choose go tag me, but then the problem was like R&D starts drawing into items.
Right.
Because he was telling me he was flooded in HQ, and that was a consideration because of the way he was playing. But not having an answer for HQ threat right after was a problem. So if I was able to find clip early,
Right.
or not see double barrier, it would have been a lot easier, but yeah, it happens.
So in Swiss, how did you feel that this like rather destructive drawing deck worked for you in regards to either finding or losing pieces?
No issues actually. I was really surprised like how good it is. Like I've never ran into this situation. This is actually the first game where I didn't find like a core breaker, which I needed. The very first game, but otherwise in every other game I found every breaker I needed pretty substantially fast. Like I was actually playing against HB in the cut today. That he scored up to 5 points, and I was still able to come back with like I only had a mimic. That's all I had. No, sorry, I only had a. Yeah, it was a mimic on a peddler, and that was the only dodgy point. So overall, this is like the first game I lost with that deck, where I just didn't find something I needed. So he got everything he needed to stop me from going accesses.
Right.
And when we went to the deck also too, it's just like it was a little bit kind of further down, so it would have took me some time to do it. So I think the decision points were there was a gamble either way. Like it's either he draw I Tish to Genesis or he his the first, right?
Right. Did you know each other's deck lists beforehand?
I have an idea. Like I played with him before, so I understand what he's trying to do. Having that Naked Sansan was a good play on him because like I was obviously worried about getting hard hitting news right off the bat and just losing much money. But I guess in retrospect, I should have just checked it just to see, make sure it's it's not a Sansan or not.
Right.
So, I think that was a mistake.
It could have been hard hitting news, right?
Yeah.
There was a hard hitting news play early on that didn't really do him a lot besides setting you back a little bit tempo wise.
Yeah.
What else did I want to ask you?
Well, the thing is, like, I noticed that you were playing an R game where you sort of ran out of money sort of halfway through.
Yeah.
And I guess he sort of knew, because even setting Dean back tempo-wise, it's fairly important in that because eventually you'll run out of econ a lot faster than him, I think.
Well, it's just like I had 3 Temujins right off the bat. It's just I needed the breakers to be able to consistently threaten, because there was a decision point where like I can put Temujin just to tell him I will do it, and then just do it anyways. But I just didn't have the breakers to threaten, right? Like there's some cards I was like, will I need Ice Carver? And I was thinking I need Ice Carver for Archangel at some point and for Tolbooth, but I just needed breakers. That was the only issue there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you just needed the paperclip at that point, right? Because you had the Yaga.
Yeah.
The Mimic you ended up tossing away because it wasn't going to be as
I didn't think so in my head it was like he's not running any threatening sentries, so I think it's a dead card. I just need all the breakers and go tag me.
Right.
Right. So were you aware that the only sentries he was running were Data Ravens?
I suspected that'd be the only one. I don't think he would run any other sentry. It didn't make sense. And it's kind of like he just wants to be able to just attrition you out. But against that deck, and I learned from Sam from Texas, Sam Sweet, it's just like you can get all the pieces you need and just go tag me, because they eventually just lose on accesses.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not too much of a bother, and like I said, it was a matter of like who got what first. And he got the first draw first on me.
Now, how did the Entering the Future deck play for you?
I hate HB.
You hate it?
I hate HB.
Okay.
HB hates me. No HB will ever love me. I don't care if it's CI. I don't care. I lost 2 games in the cut. In the Swiss. I lost 1 game in the cut.
Right.
And that was like the most ridiculous loss. Like Andre played very well. It was just like I had like legitimately no outs. It was.
Was the rumor mill pose a large problem for you?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
I saw Andre have it, but I just bioticed out.
Okay.
So it didn't bother me, but yeah, I didn't see it yesterday, and I saw it once today.
Okay.
So it wasn't an issue.
All right. As you are running, looks like 4 defensive upgrades that rumor mill would easily put a stop to. It's a certain consideration for the food coats build.
I mean, just taking a page from Kenny, it's just you just keep putting things in the remote, and eventually they just like I don't want to run in the remote. You just have to have like I usually count minimum 4 costs again in the remote,
Right.
And that's like enough to like disincentivize because like 4 credits is equivalent like you cooking for 4 guys your entire turn, right?
Yeah.
Without you using other cards like Shrigamba or whatever. So usually like if you cost it out that way, at least as a trainer process, then you can be like okay I can tax it, right?
Sure.
Yeah, that's why I put like 3 ball static. Says even with paperclip, it's still 2 credits. So then next ice, at least like maybe it could be Turing, it could be Architect, and just something that costs them money to get in is making them repeat the go through it is just too much. So,
Right.
Right.
Awesome.
yeah, cool. So
Thanks, Dean.
no worries. Thanks for having me. A little disappointed in myself, but I'd
No,
rather
we're not.
lose to Alex than anyone else actually.
Alex is an incredible,
We've been
incredible
back
player.
and forth, so.
Yeah.
So just now it's on to Worlds. See how it happens in Worlds, right?
And we'll everyone here in Toronto will be prepping hard for the next month and a half.
Sounds good. Thank
World
you for
practice
everyone.
starts tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for cheering on. I appreciate it. See you guys at Worlds.
I guess right now, how much longer do we have in the round? In a few minutes. Okay, so we'll just be taking a short break, get a drink of water, and then we'll be heading on to the next game. All right. On the left, we have Aaron Chalofsky of Toronto, and on the right, we have Andre Gomizel. I'm sorry if I'm Gomizel. Thank you. We have we've got Andromeda versus Entering the Future. I should mention that Andre runs the Metropole Grid, an incredible YouTube channel that publishes very well commentated and very beautifully edited videos that show you every single little bit of information visually of what's going on in the game, gaining of credits, gaining of points, very cool animations for things getting destroyed. Very, very cool. A lot of work goes into it.
Every time the Apocalypse happens on that channel, I get really excited.
I don't think I've actually seen it. Now I got to go find it. Taking a look at these two, we've got the Andromeda list that Aaron was up here talking about, and Andre. If you wanted to take a look at his list in its entirety, I believe card for card, it is the Jammy Rush HB list that's probably on the first page of popular deck lists right now.
Well, no, because you see Cronus Project, we see Targeted Marketing, we see...
No, that's the Jammy Rush deck, I believe. Yeah. Well, I'll take a look, but I see no Sands. I see one tool booth. I see a Targeted Marketing. I see a Crisium. Those all point to being, at least, if not the same, a very similar build. And two Chronos and only... Yeah, two Chronos instead of the... Anyways, we're off. We've got an install, and a lateral growth install to be able to shut off Temujin right off the bat.
Right. And, well, it doesn't look like Aaron has any Temujin in his hand anyways, but, of course, as Andy, you really want to be able to play those Sturdy Laundries. You really want to be able to play...
He looks like he's got a solid start anyways. We've got Sher Campbell, we've got Daily Cass, we have Katie Jones, or Cody Jones, who knows what it is now.
I believe it's Kai. He does have a Mongoose in his hand. I was just noting that he doesn't have any breakers, which is very important against this sort of rushy HB deck.
Because Andre's going to try and score out as quickly as possible before Annie can get all of her breakers set up.
And of course, the worry that you have the most as criminal generally is just having all your breakers. Because normally you've got the money you need.
And now is the time to score, honestly. He's not going to score, set up a score for next turn unless he's going to be bioticking out. But with Aaron starting his turn with only 3 credits and no way of getting a breaker out.
Right.
Oh, and we've got a Crisium already hitting HQ, so Siphon is off for the time being. This is a strong start for HB.
Right. He's very defensively set up, which is normally the worry you have against criminal. If you just play defensively, they have a hell of a time getting money.
Poking around. Gonna run HQ. With that a poke. It's gonna let him in.
Totally fine. Doesn't have enough. Oh,
No, never mind.
Fine.
Why not? Make him lose a click.
Yep. And that's his turn done.
And then
Yeah,
Katie.
had his turn done.
I think it's important to test those. You could end up being sad, but really, I mean, the worst thing that he's going to res is an Itchy, which really won't do much against you.
Well, Architect, of course.
Yeah, Architect. You're right. That would be the really bad thing. Potentially setting up an extra score
Or
from
even
nothing.
a turn, being able to ice.
Yeah, being able to ice and agenda in the same fire.
Yep. On the runner's second click, which means that they have to install either Inside Job or install exactly the right breaker. And
Absolutely.
run right in.
So Aaron's in a bit of a bind. He's going to need to rely on Katie and Billy Cass to get his money up to be able to actually impose any kind of challenge as Andre builds his rush together. I wonder if Andre will play it safe, install another piece of ice on that remote so that he can be immune to Inside Job. Not immune, but
A little bit safer.
A little bit safer. He throws a fairy down. Oh no, Mongoose, my bad. He's not running fairy. And he clicks again, Katie, and then just takes a credit. So
Yeah, no fairy.
he's not giving the kind of. He draws for turn, draws again. He's gonna probably, I'd say, hedge fund here. No, he's just looking for ice to defend with, and
I feel like he's getting ready to score next turn. Yeah.
he's gonna put that on the remote. So we've got an Architect followed by likely some sort of end the run.
Well, it was a vanilla in there.
Okay, so Architect Vanilla. And now, if he does somehow get the... So the Architect is really just a tax. But a 3-credit tax all the same. And that can be pretty big for a never advanced remote. That's a big part of that tax.
Well, the other thing is that because Mongoose of the way it is, if you res the ice on the outside of the remote and you just play like it is another sentry over there, then if the runner wants to play safe at all, they have to jack out there because they moved up on Mongoose.
Maybe, but do you really think that a remote made for scoring is going to be just 2 sentries?
I don't know.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's possible. It's possible that you just get blown out.
Against Criminal, if you could blow a key breaker, then they're just done with it, and you just biotic as safely as possible for the rest of the game. Especially in this kind of deck that's running 3 bionics.
Yeah. So he's got a number of laundries in hand and nowhere to use them. He needs to get a breaker online. Hopefully, maybe a passport he's got the Gordian Blade. Get the Gordian Blade or the Paperclip, both of which cost a little bit too much right now to be able to actually make some money on those dirty laundries. However, if he gets something installed, he can Temujin triple dirty laundry.
Right. And you can't do that on HQ because, well, I won't say it's obviously Crisio, but
I think you can assume that that would be a bad idea.
you could. Temujin costs 4 to install, so he's not really gonna be able to do it through the Eli. Of course, you can round with Kadi and then install the Parasite.
I think you take money off Katie, you install the Paperclip, but it's a matter of finding it. So I'm not sure if he's got a special order yet.
He does have it in hand right now.
Okay, so, but he also, I don't think he can afford to toss Paperclip. I'm pretty sure he can be at least suspicious that Andre is running Cronus Project.
Right.
It is a rush deck that's capable of scoring the Cronus Project out of hand, and if you were to lose a Paperclip, that would almost be game over immediately.
How many hard end the run? Actually, there's only 2 hard end the run barriers in this deck, so it wouldn't necessarily be game immediately.
Fair.
But of course we know there's already one in that scoring remote.
So he's actually going to click through that Eli, it looks like.
No, well, it's his last click.
And it's all a Sports Hopper. So he's basically telling Andre to defend R&D.
Right.
He's interesting play.
He's trying to fork him right now because he suspects that's his agenda, of course.
Yeah.
And now Aaron could just deck dirty laundry in there,
gain a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I think you probably dirty laundry, click through, gain a lot of money.
Yep.
Because you're gaining 3, 4, 8 credits off that and an access.
We'll see what it is.
No, just another Eli, which is not ideal because that's definitely going on R&D. Until a daily casts, and he's unfortunately not seeing the career fairs that would make this a little bit easier on his bank account. He's seeing a lot of resources, but none of the career fairs to help out.
And it seems like Andre is jamming another agenda in there. And probably that Eli again, and that Eli you just saw. Even installing the Paperclip, you're not going to make a lot of money with the Temujin. I think he would have to threaten.
To threaten it, though, I'm not. Is he in a position to do that?
Well, he has an inside job in hand. He could guess it up, type,
Exactly.
install
So he
it,
could
and
special
then
order a Paperclip. Sure. Special order, install Paperclip, inside job.
and he could get into that server. The question is whether
I think you go for the Paperclip because even if you're wrong, you at least have potentially access to R&D.
Right.
You can you can have a reasonable assumption that is Eli, because you saw it on the top of R&D, and it seems like a reasonable place to put it. A taxing piece of ice on R&D is nice. So special ordering for Paperclip here makes a lot of sense. It's a gamble.
And of course, he has the mongoose on the table. He only has to worry about. Oh,
And he goes for the Gordian.
maybe he's trying to suggest a siphon because if
Interesting.
because he installs it now, he's got 5 credits. He tries the inside job there. He fails. Next turn, he could go in, kill the Chrysium, and then siphon the turn after that.
Yeah,
And he'll have
Yeah.
everything he needs to do that.
fair enough. So he might be thinking several turns ahead.
Yeah. But that might be a problem just purely because I'm not.
It is an inside job on the remote.
Right. I forgot about the inside job money. So he doesn't have enough to go in and kill the Chrysium.
And yeah,
Actually, he'll get the daily cast money. He will be able to do that inside job play I was I'm sorry, the Chrysium play I was talking about. But of course, he doesn't actually have the count siphon in hand. He was just playing as I think he was just playing like he had. Well, he might get it now. Nope. He doesn't even have the career fair. He needs to play out that fresh Earthright. Oh, he does. Never mind.
and he's got access to more draw, but I don't think you Fisk here because you just feed the corp the agenda they need to start closing out this game.
Because of course, this is clearly running some biotics. I think.
Yeah.
Based on I think the vanilla is a bit of a tell that they're running biotics.
Now, will he pressure the hand? I think he dirty laundries on the last click. There's really no reason not to. But what he does in the interim will be what we're curious to see.
Do you think he burns a sports offer? I don't see him running a link right now.
Yeah, the link doesn't seem important, but I think he's got enough. I think he uses it next turn. He dirty laundries, and it is the Eli. Okay,
Oh.
so there are 3 Elis. Okay,
So I
so
guess
he
it's
clicks
not-
through. It's not great.
Get some money.
I guess he just wants to make some ice res. And I don't think he dirty laundries HQ. Career fair.
Yeah.
Another Earthrise, just to see more cards.
Yeah. He really needs that paperclip right now. He has seen the 3 barriers. He knows that he had since the Eli was installed first turn, he knows that there's one more either in hand or in front of R&D, so he really needs that paperclip right now.
So we're going to install in front of HQ so that to disincentivize a siphon, as though it hasn't been disincentivized enough.
Is it a Fem? Is he running Fem?
He's got a Fem, yeah. The Altard Fem. Beautiful, beautiful. And he's still searching. Sports. And he's not hitting it. He's not even hit a special order.
Do you see him playing the fist?
I see him dropping a same old thing to use as an inside, as a special order. That's a potential play.
I see him playing. I can imagine him playing the fist right now because he still hasn't spent his first click. I don't think. It's just that right now it seems that a lot of what's doing, like everything is a struggle right now because he had everything was locked up. Even though he had the 3 dirty laundries in the opening hand, he hasn't really been able to use them effectively. Because again, everything was locked up, and without drawing the breakers he needs, he's not really gonna be able to do much. There we go.
He
just
fists.
drawing up, trying to get that paperclip.
This is a tough call.
Still didn't get it, I don't think.
Yep, he falls to the same old thing anyhow.
Last click Katie, I think, and then dropping a whole bunch of important cards that he might probably need.
I don't know if that's the play here, but
I mean, Andre is at
'Cause-
9 credits.
yeah, but he just biotics out,
Right.
right?
But if he goes back to if he biotics out, he'll go down. Well, he goes down to. He'll have 2 credits. That means that
He'll go down to 3 credits.
no, he'll go down to 2 credits because
Oh,
he doesn't get
2,
his.
yeah, because he doesn't get his installed. Yep.
Yep. So that means that Aaron might be able to hit RD. He might be able to. If you're assuming that's the Eli, he might be able to hit RD.
So,
With his dirty laundry. Again.
the question is, he's got a lot of cards in hand, so he's probably wondering what to do with them. I think he's also, he might be wondering about whether or not a Cronus project right now would be of use. He's looking through and realizes that it wouldn't be. Well, he actually might, just to get rid of the special order.
Or the inside job. Or
Yep.
he does it.
So he's going to go for the Chronos so that he can't have access to inside job, and I think that's a smart play.
Well, of course, the other reason you want to do it is just so now you're 1 biotic away from winning.
Oh, of course. He's in a good position to win now. But
Right now he's asking for rules clarification. Right now he's trying to ask if it's removed from the game. It's not going to be removed from the game. It should
I
be.
think it is because because the trigger of scoring happens before the actual text.
Well, they're both triggers on
Oh,
scoring.
okay.
And then of course it's the corpse turn, Cronus protocol triggers, and then at the current, since the runner's effect, triggers as well. Although
I'm not sure that that's interesting.
yeah, they're both scored on.
Well,
they're both triggers on
fair
score.
enough. I don't know. It removes, says the big boy. I figured.
Current rule isn't a trigger.
It's that.
Oh. I get currents are constant abilities. Alright.
Cool. Thank you for clearing that up.
So now he's on 2 credits.
I think it's the same. It's the same sort of same sort of idea around whether or not Soul's allowed to fire theirs when an employee strikes in play. Got a dirty laundry on R&D. No res because he just simply does not have the money to do so. He's going to see a CBS. Leaves it, so he has to draw it because it doesn't mean anything to him.
I could see a legwork happening right now. He has 1 in 10. He probably can't res.
Oh, yeah, and covers the Chrysium. That's fair.
Yeah.
That'd be an interesting play.
Unless it's a vanilla, unless it's another barrier of vanilla in front of the HQ, I could see a legwork happening.
We'll see. That would be a very smart move.
And it doesn't
And he's
matter.
just popping down another same old thing. Although it's not likely to do a lot of work since there's nothing in the archives to use it with. I'm not sure it's worth installing at this point, but we'll see. And that demands an answer.
Yeah. Of course, Sable things might be important because siphons haven't been played yet.
Yeah.
And
Siphoning now is important, probably in order to res that Chrysium.
yep. I'll play Dish as well.
Still no. He can special order, install paperclip, and run.
Did he draw the special order?
I don't even know.
He did
I
not.
would hope that after all this time he would have, but
He didn't.
I think he's installing a Fem to get through that vanilla. That
Well then.
is. I think we should take a photo of this. That's
Yeah.
pretty critical.
I could, like, it might even just be that CBS.
You test them, right?
Right.
That's alarming, and that's an agenda.
Oh, there we
That
go.
wasn't. Well, I think you go for the win there because even if he gets in, it's really still only 2 to
Right.
2 to 5. He's still 3 agendas from the win, and you could potentially win. You test it.
Well, I was thinking, well, Arizona has a click, but I was thinking even just try the siphon. Even if you know it's a Chrysium,
Right.
force the res. Maybe the res the ice.
Yeah.
tossing the siphon. What does he have? He has inside job, which he needs. I think he has. I can't think of his head. I'm a little surprised he tossed the siphon.
I guess he doesn't feel as though he'll be able to challenge that Chrysium properly. It might be too much of a tempo hit,
Right.
but keeping them off of money is critical right now because 6 credits is the key.
Right.
We've got 2 cards in there. Maybe he's trying to fake an Ash, but I know he doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it in his deck at all.
No.
I don't think so.
Really, the only thing that could be is the Cyberdex Fire Sweep. Oh, yeah. 3 cards in there. I may have misspoken then. It could be 2 Cyberdexes. It's 2 Cyberdexes and another card. That's interesting.
really upgrade?
So
Yeah.
he's trying to dissuade the run, and
Right.
I'm not sure you can.
I was definitely hoping for Aaron to play that siphon, to have keep it in hand, play that siphon, just so to force the red. I don't see there being a lot of defensive upgrades. Aaron is at 1, 2, 3, 4,
I don't,
5, 6.
I don't see how Aaron doesn't run that. Sure, it's going to cost him 4 credits,
Yeah.
but he has to try.
He has to try it, and he has to do it in a way that probably doesn't hurt his tempo too much. Vanilla.
Son of a gun. And I think he's probably angry that he's only running 2 special orders at this point.
Yep. He's hoping. Nope. Desperado. He'll have to pay the 4 to get in. Maybe not even be able to score.
He's got to run the remote. There's no other way. He takes the money
Yep.
so that he can do an Ash Trace,
Yep.
and he runs.
Takes 4. And there is Jackson.
It is an advanced assembly lines.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Oh, purge.
And another CVS.
And that's 25.
Oh, and he's running the alt and a regular. I don't understand this. For players to know, like for the runner to know the contents of an HQ, for instance.
I feel like anytime a runner, or not anytime, but most of the time when a runner accesses CVS, they'll just trash it. Although
Depends.
It's fair to say that unless you don't care, like a criminal
Yeah.
would.
So he's got to just keep stuffing those things in those. Okay,
Yep.
we've got a Jackson. Just
So-
trying to find the answer here, and I think he's finding it. I'm
Yep.
pretty sure he's got both a
He's got a
Biotic and a
Biotic
Vitruvius.
and a Vitruvius, yeah.
So this game is over unless Aaron can challenge that hand or the money.
Yeah. Unless,
And
well,
he-
if he needs to challenge that money, he needs to siphon twice, and I don't see that happening, especially with 1 siphon in the bin and only 2 in the deck, and 4 clicks in the turn. He does have the same old thing, of course, but yep. So draw, dead card, second click draw, special order.
No, not soon enough.
Not enough clicks. He can't play the. Can't
And
play it.
that's- I
And
think that's game.
That's game. Yep. And there's well, I guess he can't expect. If he has the Biotic, there's no way he's gonna play the Chronos. He's not.
Right.
There's no way he's gonna Biotic out of Chronos now.
Yeah,
And that's game right there. Just never getting. Yep.
that's game.
Just never being able
Fair
to
enough.
get the problem. How many cards do you think are left?
So
in Aaron's
Andre
deck?
continues on to the grand finals.
I think there were like maybe 10 cards in Aaron's deck, if that.
That's really too bad. But so that means that Andre will take a short break while Aaron plays the winner of the losers final game.
Right. Which would be.
or sorry, the losers semis. So because we're about to watch losers semifinals. I'm not sure who's won that, or if that game is still going. We'll have to look into it.
One moment, I'll look at the.
But we'll definitely see Andre at the final table. Not sure if we'll see Aaron again though. We'll be looking into that shortly.
Seems that Eric.
Eric won over Julien, so it will be Eric versus Aaron. And I'm not sure who's.
That's pretty good. Oh, sorry. I
Oh,
think that was-
oh, okay. So Alex should be. So Alex versus Eric. We don't know yet.
So right now, Alex versus Eric, have they started playing yet? You know?
They're playing now.
They're playing now. So
So just say we're going to take a break.
We're gonna take a short break until the end of the current round before we proceed on to the losers finals. right, here we are back at the losers finals of the Canadian Nationals 2016, the present day. This is actually, we've seen this match before. This is Aaron Shalovsky on controlling the massage, and Alex playing Valencia Estefet.
Of course, they just switched sides just a second ago. Apparently. As a request from Alex, because he said he lost the last round, so he wants to
Yeah,
switch it
he
around.
wanted to swap it. He's getting, and actually Aaron's not too happy because that's where he just lost to Andre. So there's a little bit of superstition at play, and I'm personally not superstitious. I'm a little stitious.
But not superstitious.
No, not superstitious. All right, so is this a strong opening? Oh, he's already drawn, so he's considered it strong enough. Did he mulligan into that? Because he's got 2 agendas in hand.
He must have.
One of them is a Hades.
He's got. Oh, that's an Astro. But I thought for a second, I thought that he was running multiple 5-3s, but
So this is dicey. A Temujin on HQ could be very fruitful right now.
although right, yes.
Street Peddler?
Street Peddler. Trying to get that Temujin maybe, and there. I think I see one.
Now, I'm going to be very proud of Aaron if he just dirtied out an Astro.
That was a dirty dot Astro.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
It's an Astro.
It's an Astro,
I'm
and he just leaves it.
so impressed.
He just leaves it. Of course, it's a mandatory draw,
Yeah.
and there it is. 1, 2, 3, giving the middle finger to the camera just as
Wow.
he advances it.
Wow. So rude. Alex Lopaire.
Yeah.
We have an Astro, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure I like the art on that Astro, though.
You think it should have been?
I think
you think it needs to be sadder?
It needs to be sadder somehow. Yeah. To commemorate the death of the Astro train.
Missing a little bit of dancing, you think?
Yeah, missing some drama. And oh, nice. That Temujin coming off of a Street Peddler, that's huge. He can get 16 credits this turn and probably
Get the Hades.
probably some agendas. He's got a Hades and a Breaking News in hand. He doesn't want to lose a Breaking News. He's okay with losing the Hades, but if he loses both agendas, there is one agenda in his deck that could just lose the game.
Right. Right. The single Utopia
The
fragment.
single Utopia fragment.
I guess he really needs the influence because I don't see.
He's able to run, because of this, he's able to run 3 bankers and 2 Sand Sands.
Right. Right.
Um,
Of course, that's
and the fact that
second
you're able,
play.
the
There's
fact
the
that you're
Hades.
able to bring back your agendas, though he's only running 1 exchange. No, he's running 2 exchange. My apologies. Means that he's very likely to be able to get that back. In fact, because he has an Astro token, it's almost a certainty. He goes in again, and I'm thinking at this point he's just got to cross his fingers that he doesn't access that Breaking News,
Right.
because the Breaking News is huge. There's a pad.
Fine.
You don't trash that. Do you? He does trash it so that he has
Yep.
better access to the hands. Now it's a
Yep.
50-50.
Yeah.
Does he go in one more time, or does he decide to install something?
He's got a mimic. He's got a medium. I don't see him installing something. He might draw. I don't see him installing something because he doesn't need the mimic. I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he trashes the pad now simply so that he doesn't have to trash it later.
Right.
It only
right.
costs him 3, right?
And the other thing is, Aaron is.
And he
at
goes
only
back
6
in.
credits.
All right.
Aaron is only at 6 credits.
And this could be an upset here. There it
you
is,
go.
and that is upsetting.
I'm sorry. I keep on focusing back on this Utopia fragment because I don't see it really.
It's just it's an influence thing, and it may end up hurting him.
Well, I guess isn't there a better 5-3 he could be running?
Well, it's got to be a 5-3 that doesn't matter whether or not it's scored.
Right. So Primark doesn't matter.
So the only one really, like, you could be running Restructured Data Pool, you could be running Puppet Master, but Restructured Data Pool isn't that strong unless you're running it either in Making News or with primary transmission dishes. So he's continued to leave his hand open because the Temujin is
Just about done.
empty anyways.
He doesn't have any agendas, so it's fine. He doesn't
Yeah.
care. He can just click for credits. You know, I don't see a hard hitting happening this game. For some reason. I don't see a hard
Well,
hitting
it's
happening.
actually never going to happen because he's not packing hard hitting.
Oh, he isn't. Right, of course.
He plays with the threat of it. And often, runners are so rich that,
Yeah.
again, hard hitting is A, hard to land, B, hard to stick.
Right.
Click 1, draw.
I'd be very worried about drawing right now. Mostly,
So would I, and
Yeah,
2-3 is going to be probably install, but would it be? He's got so much money.
install and maybe the hedge funds. The thing is, I wanted. Aaron needs to have things in hand just in case Alex wants to run it, right? And
Fair
then,
enough.
of course, dice.
That essentially just goes away here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it costs him enough tempo.
Cost him a click.
Trash it for 1, clear the tag for 2.
Oh, he's paying the trace because he has the sports hopper.
Ah, fair enough.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, tempo.
He's got 10, 15. He's got 16 credits. So, I mean, Aaron's slowly.
All right,
getting
well,
ahead.
this is gonna keep HQ safe for a while. Oh, he's not rezzing it. Like, okay,
Do you know what ice it was?
there's a toll booth.
It was a toll booth. Yeah, I don't see him resing it. I don't see him going down for 2 credits.
That's fair. I mean, if there was something,
No res still.
no.
Alex is going down very quickly in credits. That Temujin just already.
The Sansan's gone. All right, so we drew it into an exchange of information. I think.
Yeah,
Click 1,
so-
draw. Do you just install this? Click 2, draw. Gets another toll booth.
I see him installing the Sansan maybe. Or
No, just getting money. That seems fair, because next turn he can maybe install the Sansan, install a toll booth protecting it,
Right.
bait a blackmail run, or get a rezzed toll booth protecting Sansan.
Well, the problem is, I guess there's also words of breaking news, but generally speaking, I'm not. Yeah. Because right now he scored the Hades fragment, so you have to be very afraid of the install breaking news into EOI or
Right.
whichever the case may be.
But there's not much he can do to stop it, right?
Yeah, because he has an Astro Token. There's
And
not, yeah.
he's got his 1 of turntable in hand, meaning he's able to swap those back.
Right. I guess they haven't played before, because. I mean,
He
not
did-
that, but they have played before.
they-
But there's a lot of the decks that they don't know about each other. So,
Yeah.
as I remember correctly, Alex didn't have the turntable last game,
I
so
be-
it wasn't ever relevant, and so Aaron wouldn't know about it.
I think he does know about it.
He does know about
I
it.
think he does. I mean, regardless, he has to play the same way. There's not much he can do.
Well, he could play a little bit like if he knows about the turntable, he might play a little bit more aggressively with the Astro, right?
Maybe.
If he knows that there's the turntable, he might have to like I expect him the second he draws the breaking news, he'll try to EOI. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you do that either way, but the turntable allows him to get it back. But you have to get that Hades fragment off that side of the table, otherwise you're at a huge risk of losing.
Right.
And right now, turntable on the table means that the Astro token could go away, so you need to use it.
Well, he doesn't have an agenda. That's the problem.
Yeah, install and
Uh,
install. So
I assume that's Sansan?
I'm going to assume that that's a Sansan, yeah. Because what he needs right now is a breaking news Res Sansan transfer token to allow him to do 2 tag punishment
Yeah.
at the same time. He's looking at either an exchange along with either a closed accounts or an all-seeing eye, which I
would-
believe he has access to both of them.
I would see the close accounts a lot more, even though the Liberty is on the table. Well, the Liberty is on the table.
You blackmail. You see a Sansan, which he trashes.
Yep.
Yep.
The problem with the EOI is, of course, losing the. He can just lose the bad pub, right?
No, yes, exactly. Not the UI, the all-seeing eye. But shutting off blackmail is also
Right.
good.
And now Alex is at 1 credit. Oh well, with the Liberated, maybe not so much. He's at 9 credits now. There's the
There's
Beal.
a Beal, which he might just score, but it doesn't seem like the kind of play that wins him the game.
Right. Yeah, I would do it. Like at this moment, I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Hard hitting is rough. Like I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if hard hitting in his deck right now would even help him at all.
No, I think it was a wise cut. You can fit in more ice. You can fit in more interesting tech cards like Mumbad Virtual Tour. I know that he even cut a Jackson to be able to make room for some of the other things he wants to play.
Wow, two Jacksons.
Two Jacksons.
Two Jacksons.
Hoping that Sensi and Hades Fragment will pick up some of the slack.
Right. That's fair. That is really fair. Did you notice what he installed in that remote?
I didn't see.
Do you see Alex going with the same old thing, blackmail? Yeah, he's looking
thinking
at it.
about it. He does it.
Or he does it. I feel like Aaron might have seen it too. Yep. And it was just
Res
bait.
and use. Nope, that's good bait.
Was that a face down?
Face down, two
Oh.
Sansans. Because I think all three Sansans are in the bin. Or is it
Yeah.
both Sansans? Why not all three?
Yeah, he's only running two. And now I feel like Alex is running out of money. His Temujin didn't pay off. Well, his Temujin paid off, but it's
Yeah.
all gone now. His Liberty is on his last legs.
Mm-hmm.
He can't do a lot more trashing.
So he's going to find some things for a peddler. We see an Earthrise. We see a medium, I believe.
How much ice is Aaron running?
He's running 13, which is, I think, slightly above the what Big Boy's list was running, or what is considered sort of standard. I think at the time he was thinking about trying to fend off slightly more aggressive runners, and also at the time the DLR lists.
Right.
Because DLR lists have a trivial time dealing with controlling the message on light ice, but if they can get a number of really powerful code gates up, then the DLR lists can really struggle.
Did Aaron already take his turn? He took 3 credits, I think? I felt like... Oh, no. My mistake. Alex was trying to consider what he was going to do with his peddler, with his last thing.
To let you know, to answer net jogging, the other runners in Top Cut currently left. Aaron Shlovsky is running Andromeda, and there is a wizard, I believe it's a Siphon Wizard, waiting at the grand finals.
The second wizard is Andre from Metropole,
Yeah.
of course. And of course, it's these who left.
And install, which I believe is probably one of the political assets with a Mumbad Virtual Tour.
Right, which would be, of course, kind of a nightmare.
Which, I mean, it could also be like a really, really saucy breaking news Sansan play, but he's going to check it.
Well, if it's a moment virtual tool, if he accesses the wrong card, then he could just...
he's
not the
gonna-
wrong card. If he accesses a
Yeah.
different card, then he'll have just enough to trash the Sansan
Right.
without having to worry about the moment virtual tour at all.
Sure.
But if he accesses the virtual tour first, then, you know... I mean, how many virtual... There's 2 virtual tours and 2 Sansans anyway, so those are the only 4 upgrades. So it is a mix of those. Right. He accessed the wrong card first.
Well, and he can't.
He has to.
He has to, yeah.
He has the bad pub. He's gonna lose the trace for sure because he doesn't have. the
And
money.
he should have already taken the money from. Okay, yeah. That's interesting. That bad pub worked against him, and
He can't trash that anymore.
yeah.
Did they run the trace?
Yeah, he's got a tag.
I don't see the tag marker.
It's right there.
Oh, my mistake.
Yep. So he's not going to trash that. So
Yep.
Aaron's going to make some money off of that.
Yep.
It'll probably get trashed next turn. Why does that
Oh,
Temujin have
dear.
so many markers on it?
Because he didn't take the money. Is it? Maybe he put it in archives?
No. The fact that it's still up, I'm not sure. Maybe.
Like, because We don't know where he pointed it to, right?
Right. It is on archives. Yeah, I see it now. Mark server.
Oh, there
Got
it is. Okay.
My apologies. And
I do have.
I see.
Yeah, I have a bit of trouble seeing this. I don't know.
hedge fund.
With. What do you? Right. So sorry about that. All the start turn triggers happen. He's drawn his 2 cards. We'll see.
Another street peddler. To dig, we see a parasite. See another Earthrise Hotel.
Yeah, sorry, did you catch Aaron's turn?
There was a hedge fund and some drawing, I believe.
All right. I expected the virtual tour to go on that to the construction corp, but I guess with only 2 credits.
He's not that worried about Alex's ability to generate money.
Right.
This match seemed to heavily favor Alex in the past, but it's starting to swing in Aaron's ballpark. Still could go either way, though. Is Alex considering getting rid of the bankers? At this point, he's got a lot of money.
He didn't even try to.
I think Alex might be at a point where he says that it's okay for Aaron to have more money because generating his own income is a little bit more important. He's going to continue to draw to try and find that breaking news. He might now install. Oh, and he's going to protect Sensi.
Right. This seems like the better choice. Of course, Aaron is at the finals and I'm not, and it's because of things like this where
Yeah.
he just saves them on my virtual tour instead of spending it on.
Yeah,
that.
card draw
Yeah.
seems crucial right now.
Because more important right now is getting his hands on that breaking news, or a sad set, I suppose. Of course, Alex also plays controlling message.
Alex
so he would
mulling
know.
over installation of a daily cast to be able to generate further income, because I think he's nervous about running archives right now. It could be bad. It could be a very simple toll booth res, which keeps him up forever.
Right.
And it could just be an Archangel that just scoops the Temujin back anyways.
Yeah. And he doesn't have enough money to really even fight this race at all.
And he certainly can't go tag me just yet because a few clicks wipes his board. And I think he just clicks for a few credits. He reses the San. I'm sorry, Sensi's Actors Union. Yeah,
Well, there's the
Slums
breaking
is
news.
nice if you see it, but 1 in a 50 card deck
He
is...
has the breaking news.
He has the breaking news, and I believe that this is time to get the Hades Fragment online.
Yeah.
He could easily swap places on the table again, but he's not. Oh, he was mandatory draw. My apologies. Click 1
His install, I assume. I guess he's just double checking.
that he's got what he wants to do. Install. Advance. Astro token. Score. Now we've got 2 tags on him. He's going to start the turn with 7 credits. So there's a lot of tempo loss there in addition to this. I don't see how you don't exchange here because All-Seeing Eye isn't going to do the work you want it to. And closed accounts is near meaningless.
Yeah.
He plays the All-Seeing to get rid of the blackmail. To get rid of his ability to blackmail. I'm a little surprised. But just curious.
Did we mistake what he has in his hand? We might have mistaken what he has in his hand.
I don't know. We might be wrong. He might not have seen an exchange.
Yeah.
And maybe he just simply forgot about the bad pub.
It's possible.
I mean, I've become tunnel vision like that as well. I mean, that was not as punishing as I wanted it to be. And Paperclip is down, so now wraparounds and resistors. We'll have to ask him about that particular play later on. It's
Yeah.
possible that he simply wants to score out behind behind some taxing ice. Seems relevant when he doesn't really have any breakers to speak of.
He just drew 3 agendas. He ditched 3. He just drew 3 agendas and then ditched the Utopia fragment to the bottom of the deck.
I
But
think,
that's still 3
does
agendas.
he have any other ice?
I mean, burying Utopia is really good.
Yeah.
It's now at the bottom of his deck, but he has, or he was number of agendas. I mean, it's possible he didn't want to do it because he's worried about just scoring and just having it go back, having it turntabled back. But like he might have been just looking at the turntable.
One Faust.
Thank you.
This is bad.
It is a singleton.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Of course, the Faust going through could get through the resistor pretty simply. He tried to use his bad pub just a second ago, trying to
Install-
calculate he tried to use his bad pub just to
Okay.
calculate whether he wants to do the space or not.
Ah, I see.
But Aaron just corrected him, of course. He just lost it. I'm still not completely sure.
Tiny cartridge. There's no blackmail because there's no bad pub. An all-seeing eye was fired, and he lost the bad pub in order to hold onto his resources.
Oh, I just completely misread that. When I heard why no BM there, I assumed he was talking about bad matter.
Ah.
Yeah. There is a. Of course, everyone here is very polite. There's no bad mattering at all.
So it's
Ever.
a strength 6 trace,
And he tosses the.
and he doesn't. Why didn't he install the paperclip there?
I,
Oh, he's continuing. Okay.
wait, what?
No, never mind. He tossed the blackmail to get through the resistor, of course.
Why did Aaron spend a lot on that trade? Did Aaron spend? Oh, my mistake. Yeah, he spent 8 on the.
Interesting. I'm not sure what happened there, but
Toss the parasite as well, accessing. Yep.
and we've. So now we are at 6 points on Alex's side.
I mean, it's possible that Aaron just didn't trade it because he just expected it to go back with the turntable. And drawing another agenda with it, but it's a good thing it's on the Sensei's active unit.
So now I've got 2 exchanges. Little engine will do work here.
Unless, how many Davids?
He could have a David.
Yeah. The problem is, Alex has seen so much of his deck right now, he has to have a David at this point. So
Well-
it's not going to protect, really.
Aaron could check archives and see where those Davids are.
I don't think I've seen him pitch it. I don't think he definitely hasn't played it. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't have it. Well, Sanside's going to give him a little bit back.
Yeah. The Sansan's a solid play.
Yeah,
He can get the agendas back into his deck with Jackson, rather than them sitting in hand. But he's going to need to add some extra defense to R&D soon.
not quite sure. I mean, did Aaron keep one of his Beals? He might have kept one of his Beals to give himself a chance. Because if he keeps the Beal, he gets score out of that Sansan next turn. I'm not sure. So he has. I'm not entirely sure what his outside right now.
Yeah, he's only got 13 credits to be able to defend several important. So, I think that I'm not sure why he's not using the Jackson here. Rumor Mill is a possibility. It's only a 1-of in this deck, but I mean, Aaron doesn't know that.
I mean, I could see the Sansan sticking around for a turn, and him being able to score that Beal.
Yeah.
But
I think he's trying to find out if he's got the David,
right,
which he does.
it's in hand right now.
Yeah. Runs, he reses the little engine, I imagine. No, it's a Data Raven. Okay.
Because that would be 2 full clicks to remove all the tags that he's removed, I think.
Right.
Because he already spent the sports over.
Yeah.
I don't see him. It's possible that he beats the trace, but it
Right.
would cost a whole lot of money for him to do everything he needs to do. And still also drop the tag. And still also trash the Sansan.
And there's Liberated for the break, so there is a tag on the table. Oh, never mind. Those are just
he
end
gets
of turn
run.
discards. Yeah.
And then Jack out after
Sensi
that.
into. So do you hide a Beal here, or do you hold on to it because you think it wins you the game?
I think you hold on to it.
I think he holds on to it. He is. I think he ditched a pad campaign.
It's not going to pay off at this point.
No.
I think he's just going to score the Beal. And then try to win again do it again next turn. If Alex spends his turn
Now,
killing the Sansan,
I sincerely hope that, for Aaron's sake, that the R&D ice is something that he can actually deal with right now. He's left his servers fairly open. He's got an R&D that has agendas in it. He's got archives marked with the Temujin. He's got HQ. He has.
in R&D still there is just one global food and 1 breaking news. That's the only thing in R&D right now. The Utopia fragment is at the very bottom. The GFI is also at the very
Well,
bottom.
it's
The
maybe not
breaking
at the very bottom, but yes, but bottomed enough.
bottom
That-
enough. Maybe 3 or 4 turns. Or 3 or 4 cards from the bottom, sorry.
Basically, there are a lot of fronts that Lopair can attack on, but it's determining which one is the best.
Right. Does Lopair have a medium? in hand?
It doesn't. I can't tell. Cannot tell.
Because that would be probably his best. Oh, it depends on how many cards are in R&D at this moment. It seems like there probably aren't a lot at this point. If he installs a medium, runs 4 times, maybe he'll have a
Yeah,
shot at hitting.
and I mean, if he doesn't install medium, you simply don't res the ice. I think.
Right.
Unless it's 2 credits or less. A wraparound is actually, I think, sort of perfect. Oh dear. Yeah.
He does, yeah. Does he have...
And
oh,
he
no,
just.
first.
Okay, is he a toll booth?
Second click,
click 2.
he has to run again.
He's.
Well, the no res might be a tell that because Aaron has been playing the Sensi for a
I
while.
see.
He
might actually have it in hand.
still not resing.
Interesting.
Maybe Aaron just
This
planned
is
ahead.
a critical turn.
Maybe Aaron just planned ahead. He knew that he had to pressure on the remote like that. Let Alex lose his BP.
Maybe he's perfectly aware of exactly where his agendas are. I wonder if you run Jackson, do you have the tempo to do that? Do you have the click to do that? You've only got He's going to go HQ. He's
Yeah.
going to try for the 1 and 5.
Alex made the read because, like I said, I think there's only one breaking news that is in danger of being scored out of R&D.
So, yeah, unless it's a wraparound, he can't really res it. Resistor you could res, but like it's almost pointless.
I think
there it is. Oh, what a
Oh,
peel!
man. I would have. The other option I could see out of Alex is running on archives, forcing the Jackson shuffle
Yeah, to see another 2 cards.
to see another 2 cards, because the Jackson shuffle would force all the.
Yeah, that's an upset.
Now Toronto is out of it. Very disappointing. Toronto's completely out of it. Now it's just
All
Ottawa.
right, so now it is Ottawa versus Montreal. We're going to have the grand finals coming up next. We'll see 1 or 2 more games, and then the Canadian Nationals will be done. The winner being either Alex Lopere or Andre for the Metro Grid. We'll be back with.
Oh.
And we're back at the Canadian Nationals 2016. We're at the grand final table where we will see Alexander Lepere and
No, Alex
No.
Bradley.
Alex Bradley. Well, but what's the Lepere then part?
Albert is his call sign.
His calls. Oh,
nickname.
I thought. It was, oh, what does that even mean then?
I don't know.
gonna
Probably
have to
ask
ask
him in
him.
an interview.
What does El
Alright.
Ziltro mean?
It means it's a superhero name from Futurama.
Okay, regardless. Okay, so just a second ago, you heard Dean's voice. This is Dean Tran joining us. Yeah.
Also known as Big Canada.
Yep.
Oh man.
We're very lucky to have Dean commentating with us today. Third seed last year at Worlds 2015, and he made it to the top cut today at the Canadian Nationals. But we're going to be seeing Andre and Alex play. I believe
I'm not
Alex
sure
has
which
to
one
corp.
sure
I
what
believe
side
Alex
they're-
has to corp.
We're not sure what side.
Alex has the court.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
So we're going to be seeing a Wiz CTM versus a controlling message that I think we've already seen on stream. We may have.
Yeah, we did.
I believe we did.
It
Yeah.
was the one that
Okay.
Dean. It was the match that Dean played.
Now, in honor of Andre and his incredible work on the Metropole grid, we can't offer any on-screen special effects, but we will be offering sound effects for some of the bigger parts of these games. I'll be improvising them. They might be terrible, but we're just trying to liven things up.
I think they're still setting up. Andre is actually setting up all his Metropole grid stuff.
Right, Andre wants to get in on this because he's going to be adding those special effects later on.
It feels like he has a personal investment into this. As recording this.
Yep. No. Well, you think so? You think he would think that he wants to record his own finals Canadian Nationals match?
Well, I think win or lose. Win, you won as a commemorative trophy. Lose, you watch it in slow motion every night before bed for the next
Tears
365
coming
days.
down. What's going on, Josh?
You want a cube?
When are we cubing?
Yeah.
All right, cast this first, and then we'll cube. Don't you gotta get
Doing
drinks
a
first?
game?
Yeah.
They're not done.
We're not done.
We're going to the grand finals.
Grand finals is right
How
now.
long is it gonna take them?
I heard you got another media blitz, Matt. Can I have it?
Yeah, I won a mirror tournament.
Give
No,
it to
I traded it for 2 limit spins.
me. You son of! I would have given you two.
Yeah. I told,
Oh,
I
man.
told everybody they should cube, and they're like, no, I want to go for the media blitz man. I was like, if you don't cube, you're going to make me play in this. And I'm going to win the media blitz man. Needless to say, I won them.
And the voice you're hearing is the always beautiful, always cocky Josh Wilson.
We'll share a background story. So, Cube King here came in very excited. He was like, you know what? Let's cube. Start trying to recruit players.
Yeah.
I told him I was obligated to do other things. I wasn't too specific. And then he's like, and he told everyone. Everyone was like, no, we're gonna play the tournament. We want the playmat. So what he said was, if you guys aren't gonna play cube, I'm gonna play in this tournament, and I'm gonna take the playmats from you guys. And lo and behold,
Lo and
You
behold,
took the
the
playmat.
only person who has a media blitz playmat in that tournament was the one to go on and win that tournament, getting another media blitz
What a
playmat.
MTG.
What a guy!
what an MTG.
What a guy! Can you explain what an MTG is?
It's a person that values tier 1 cards and above. There's no way things like Capstone or what else is there? What else is a bad card? Like Record Reconstructor.
Yeah.
It's going on good.
But there's some mediocre cards that like could he play, but MTG would never look at. You'd say.
No, never.
No,
It's-
he looks at Keyhole and says, "Nope, don't see it."
There's no value. I mean, he's not accessing cards. He's not getting a counter on something. Not going in a deck. True MTG at its finest.
Yeah. Lol, Josh complained. All right.
Well, there's a nice thing. We're in Canada.
Hey, speaking of incredible content, Dodgepong has appeared, and I just want to thank Dodgepong for all his hard work. I hope he's appreciating the work we're putting into this stream. You inspire us, sir. And he's just wondering if he can use the really quite gorgeous AstroScript alt art that was gifted at this particular Canadian Nationals.
Very generously gifted by someone
I would let him do it.
Is it what's happening? What is he
Wasn't
saying?
given this option, but-
It's no. He wants the actual Astro.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
That's an MTG move right there.
That's MTG. All right, I now understand this. I believe he kissed it as he took it away. And there's no video proof that he didn't. So
Hey, we're good. Oh, well, welcome back, Josh.
Just coming over to watch the live broadcast.
all right.
You're welcome to do that. No problem.
Yeah, so,
we gave a solid definition of what the MTG was for you.
so they're setting up right
Explain the story behind what you're doing.
Games look great.
now. Apparently the stream still says Imperial Assault.
Oh, yeah, that's important to see.
I don't know. I thought we switched it a second ago. Or switched it several hours ago, sorry.
I thought it was Imperial Assault too.
Are you sure?
I saw Luke
It
Skywalker
sounds like Conquest to me, right?
Well, launch campaign, right? That's definitely something.
Oh yeah, that's a campaign to launch your cruisers, right? Or whatever they are.
That sounds a lot more like Conquest to me.
An exchange
they're
of
launching-
information. That's something the rebels might want to do.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. So all jokes aside, let's go through the matchup right now. Okay, so we're on Andre's side where he's playing a wizard. He's playing a siphon. Wizard deck with Eater. He does have legitimate breakers. He has one paperclip, one mimic, one yogg. So he does have items to be able to do it. He also has planned assault alongside with 2 siphons, so to create more consistency. Alongside with that, for recursion, he does have 3 deja vu. Let's see here. I'm not seeing any same old things. So it's realistically deja vu and just siphon itself. Eater is the AI breaker here. We don't see any Faust.
No Faust.
Yeah. And MWO wise is 2 David, 2 Parasite, a Yogg.
And a Yogg.
And Rumor Mill is looking to be at a 2 counter. So
Oh, they're already setting up.
Yep.
They're almost ready to go.
All right.
good.
What time it started?
Yeah. So Alex not shuffling. And-
Wasting precious seconds. We're now 30 seconds into the game, and he's not done a thing.
Yep.
Okay. The only thing that Rumor Mill is going to hurt in this deck really is going to be Jackson. So
Yep.
not much to worry around here. Siphon has been known to be an issue for these kind of decks. So CTM can't score from 0, unlike NEH, many other decks. So you just have to have somewhat of a defense to be able to fight this. But there's a downside. We don't know if he's going to play Tag Me at certain points just to be able to not worry about the exchange information, because he does know Alex has it.
Right.
So
Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying that a controlling the message deck would at least be running 1 exchange of information.
now Alex's counterplays in this kind of matchups, he does have 3 Mumbat Virtual Tours. So Wizard is forced to trash that. On top of that too, he does have a Clouds to Counts. So it's important to see, like with the Siphons, it can easily be turned around.
Yeah. Now, as Andre, do you ever keep those tags?
I think at a certain point you need to. Based on this
Later
kind
in
of
the
deck,
game.
Yeah. This kind of deck, it seems that he's leaving HQ wide open.
Maybe he doesn't know.
Yeah, you might not know, but I don't see a
No,
second
he knows.
reason.
He knows. He 100% knows. Yeah.
How do you feel in general about... Wait, never mind. I just realized you already said that. So, breakers in this...
Both Space Kittens show up early, from what I can tell.
Like, I could see it being important for the keyhole turn.
Right.
Or not the keyhole turn, but like when they try to collect from the keyhole. But...
Just gonna take a peek. Why not?
So potentially be dangerous. But Andre's been not drawing too many good things here to exchange information.
Yeah,
Important to
sees
know.
a little bit of tag punishment there. You don't want to...
And just toss another mill.
Tossing it.
So let's see. Does Alex have AJ Gen already? Because that'd be hilarious. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Nope.
So he's going to Jackson.
I mean, playing the rumor mill might not even have been that bad of a thing, because then then
But he had 2 of them in
Jackson.
hand, right?
Got 2 in hand.
yeah,
So
but I mean,
if he plays it, if he tosses one as a tell to Alex,
sure,
right
Fair
now
enough.
Alex might feel safe about discarding agendas.
that's true.
Alright, so Alex is going to put one bad virtual tour right onto HQ. Ooh,
Ooh,
I love
all right.
Wanton. It's a spicy.
They're delicious.
Spicy wontons.
So good.
Do you think Andre might suspect a Christian on HQ?
Oh, he does have same things. Oh. Okay, so we missed that.
How many?
There it is.
Two or
There's two
three?
of them.
Two of them. Well,
I
there.
apologize for that. It's not organized like we usually used to. Okay. So we're going over to Alex, draws up Turnpike.
I am.
Okay, so it looks like Alex wants to draw some more. Oh, so I think that's HHN already.
HHN, he's got another install. And
More money.
he's just seeming to invite the Siphon. I mean, he could block it with a Turnpike, which could maybe disincentivize it, but once an Eater hits the table, it doesn't matter anyways.
How do you feel in general about just leaving HU open like this? I don't like. How's this?
This is pretty risky because I mean, if you know this is the kind of deck you're fighting against, you do need the money at the end of the day.
And like, even though he,
So Alex is being given a lot of time to set up here. I know Andre's trying to not run. He's doing the liberate money whole deal.
doesn't want to get hit by the hard hitting, doesn't want to.
Yeah. So I think it's a matter of who strikes here first. So if they're willing to let each other set up a little bit, it's going to be who's going to get the correct board state 1st. So I think at this point, Alex does want to invest into at least icing HQ. He's going to put the Mumbo Virtual Tour onto the Sensi's.
Essentially icing Sensi the best you can.
Now, Andre actually did play Alex in the Swiss, so he's played both sides, so he knows to expect Mumbai Virtual Tour. One of the plays that Alex did against Andre in the Swiss was into the Archangel Remote. He bounced the Liberated, and then he continued access to Mumbo Virtual Tours.
Oh,
So it set him back immensely. So he knows that's a possibility.
And he's still leaving HU open. He has ice to defend HU. He's just leaving it right open. There we go.
There you go.
He was stressing me out there. He was just what? Yeah.
Alright, so decision point here for Wizard. So we're gonna take more money.
Yep.
Do we know what the inside remote is? Is that
and,
Sensen?
I believe so. I mean, that's the only reasonable thing, unless it's just been a breaking news that's camping there.
There we go. There's a remote. Just playing it out.
So Jackson
Jackson stops.
just can't be.
I thought it would just be a surprise.
Alright, Sensen's gonna fire here. Sees the targeted marketing. You can bury one of the cards in hand. Most likely these will be an agenda that's going down the bottom. I think it's the GF5 there. Unless
It's
he
an
drought.
Astro.
Is Rumor Mill a good play there?
Yeah, I would have just kept it in the pocket. Wait until he starts discarding
Okay,
things.
so the reason why Rumil's not too bad at play here, there is an issue in terms of like him breaking news out here. But the other alternative is that like Alex wants to try to like remove it, then he would do a sense and res, which he can't really do because he's gonna go too poor against it, right? He has to worry about keyhole being in effect. So there's quite a bit of decision points to be made here. But being said that, it's not the best move because of triple breaking news.
Right.
Yeah.
That and like simply shutting off Jackson is not that big at the moment because he's got Sensi firing.
Like I really like the idea of playing it as a surprise against Jackson.
Sometimes though, like you probably don't need to always surprise it. Like just having Jackson not be able to use that ability, because remember, CTM is not NEH, right? So it doesn't get the free card draw from moving your board state. You do need draw at the end of the day. So slowing it down a little bit might be enough for the template.
We've rezzed a magnet. Not for any huge value, but
Just a little bit. Of course, he does know that it's a Eater keyhole deck, so I'm not sure if like accesses into remotes are kind of an issue in this kind of against this
yeah,
kind of deck.
his only way in there right now is Yogg, that
This-
one of.
the singleton Yogg, which is you're probably not gonna get.
Okay, so Andre draws up an inject, so he could possibly inject here.
He's got an Eater though too that he seems to be pawing. He installs it, considers it worth it.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's going to be Sanson again. So Alex wants to be able to protect it, not let it be removed from the board. So not bad at all. Alex knows because you can't parasite it down. The only option around is gonna have to be either Yogg or Spoon.
Right.
And is he running any cutlery in this particular
Yeah,
list?
he's running one of each. So you're
Okay.
gonna have a fork, knife,
All right.
spoon.
So he's got 2 ins.
And he's got his same old things.
There we go. We're gonna fire off the Astro here. Be a score. Oh.
And thank you, Alex.
Oh, you just
You
switching
are a
it up.
gentleman.
All right. All right. So that's 2 of 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's good to have the Astro in your pocket, like, and I guess he knows that there's no turntable coming. I assume.
So let's see. Let's take a look at the consoles. Did you guys see the console earlier?
I don't see a console.
I'm not even sure that there is one.
There might not be a console at all. So,
Oh, there's no console. Yeah.
so it's totally safe.
Jack Chang would be proud.
Yep.
Oh, what happened? So you ran into Momo Virtual Tour. It's forced to trash it.
Dirty Laundry, I guess the Sensei, accessed the Mobile Virtual Tour, trashed it, and now running the trace, I think. Yep, taking the tag, trashing
Discard
the
that as
Sensei.
well.
And then now I assume removing the tag, hopefully. Did he get his 5? Yes, he has his 5.
He has 5. Oh, he's gonna inject.
Yep. Tiny
There's
bit of bubble.
Parasite.
Nope, there's a Parasite. There's a Fork. And the worst.
The slowest inject I've seen.
Um,
Gets 1 off the parasite, hits the bin.
Now, Alex has been rusing all day yesterday and today, but we all knew we're not installing Plascrete against him.
Right.
he's been saying all day he has Scorch.
Yeah.
Singleton Scorch. Nope.
And it's even been hiding in his deck as he as it sits around in case anybody wants to
yeah.
do the full scout. And here goes Jackson.
And now, for those asking, does this wizard have a eater? It does not. Sorry, a Faust? It does not. It has a
No
eater.
Faust.
But it does have a Yogg.
He also doesn't appear to be running any hard tech against this particular matchup. So we're not seeing any
Set.
any Sol Set, any Employee Strike, which isn't awful. I think just being Wizard is often enough.
Yeah.
Once you learn the matchup.
Yeah. I mean, what he's thinking about at this point is like this kind of deck. You don't need to tuck too hard because it is a Siphon deck after all. So the concern is, of course, EOI is always there, but it's one of in these kind of decks.
Right.
It's just interesting that he does not have a turntable because that's always going to be a threat, right?
It is curious.
I mean, it might just be one of those things like Aaron not playing hard hitting. There, he just hopes that the opponent is assuming he's running it. I mean, with a Keyhole Eater deck, you are able to time your scores a little bit more regularly than a regular deck. Than like a regular deck that goes off of
It's
access,
very true.
right?
It's very true.
So you could time your turntables, time all that sort of stuff.
Targeted marketing.
What's the call going to be? Gotta ask one of them. Josh.
What's the targeted marketing call?
Oh, thanks, Josh. Much information was shared.
Okay. We believe that it's Siphon.
Yeah, that makes most sense here.
And we've got a spoon.
Yeah. So he found the one on spoon, which is good. He's gonna be able to go
Good
in.
to have.
Now he's gonna take a tracer. He has to take a tracer for trashing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot of money. If he runs into a Moment Virtual Tour into a Santa Sacred, he might be in trouble.
Confirmed? Illuminati confirmed?
Yeah.
It's confirmed he's safe.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Why did he access the other card first?
Yeah, this is always a mistake.
Why did he access the other
So
card
now he
first?
can't trash the Sand.
Yep.
And this is actually really bad. Now, in this kind of circumstance, he's got a tag. Removing it's going to be one thing, but he's also going to get the HHM. So we might be just riding a tag out there.
Did he just beat the trace? I don't see the tag on the
The
table.
tag is a red
It's-
marker
it's
on
red.
Oh,
on
I
the
see.
ID.
Yeah.
I see.
The problem is everyone's using their own sort of tag markers. It
And
becomes
he's
a little
removed
bit
it,
difficult.
going down to 1 credit.
No worries. As a player who was there firsthand, I will let you know.
That's the
Credit, hedge fund, And then I suspect, there you go.
There we go. Just paying 3 and just
Paying
having
3.
4 tags. There's no way.
All right. This is where
I
I
don't,
start talking.
yeah, I don't see him turning this around at this point. 4 tags,
okay.
not enough money to. Well, he could go tag me at this point.
This is what, so this is a little early to say that he's out of it. He still does have a chance because remember, it is a Siphon deck. It's not a kind of deck that's playing fair.
Yeah, and now if he does go tag me, it means that none of the once he gets a little bit more money, none of the assets are actually safe
Right.
because he just takes more tags. This is a risk with this kind of deck because once he goes tag me, the ID is completely worthless.
Now, okay, remember, what the CTM player can ideally do now is sandbag and get Psycho into Beal for 11 tags, but getting to 11 cards is going to be partly the issue.
It's 9, I believe, because he has an Astro.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Oh, of course.
8.
8
because
with
of
an
the
Astro
token.
token.
Yeah.
So he needs 8 tags. He already has 6.
5.
5?
It appears that he's got 5
He
tags.
should
One
have
from
6. Oh, no, he has
4
5, right?
and then one from the Sansa.
One from the Sansa trash.
Okay,
So
hedge
for
fund
those
and an
asking,
install.
He does have a Psycho, yeah.
But it is, however, Singleton, so he has to draw into it. I'm not sure how likely it is for him to get that.
So, just to finish the point, Wizards counterplay can be here is like to keep Siphon spamming to keep him down, and then pressuring with Keyhole. But it's all depending on what his draw is going to come up now for Alex.
Yeah. And well, it also at this point, depending on what's actually defending HQ, he might just be able to keep him out.
The other problem right now is, of course, targeted marketing is on Siphon.
Yeah.
So Siphon is gonna be very difficult to be kept down. He has to score first, which he needs to do with some accesses. He needs to have 4, like at this point, he needs to have 4 credits to install the keyhole, however much it is to keyhole, and then score an agenda, and then after that Siphon. He could, of course, play the Siphon first, so he could fund all that, but I don't.
No, we're
See that
not.
working.
So it's interesting because he dished the rumor mill. So we're gonna see a strength
5.
6.
5.
Oh, 5. Okay. Yeah, that's 5.
Yep, that's significant.
Yeah. So he's not gonna be able to do anything here. He's gonna have to bounce off. I'm just gonna get $2 for that. He's gonna discard.
So David is the way you siphon now.
Which is a 0. Oh, it's
There's
just
2 of, yeah.
Two of.
So he's got them, but
Yeah. He has 3 chances to get it. Remember, he has 2 siphons and
Yeah.
a plan to sell.
absolutely.
But again, like I said, Siphon is going to be an issue just
Yeah,
because
he
of
has to
target
steal
marketing.
first. He definitely has to steal first.
I'm not sure what his windows are going to be to steal first. I don't see Bradley playing in a way that and it's just over? No. Okay.
No, he's
Oh.
gonna, yeah.
You're just gonna get the points,
He's gonna get the points, and then now he just.
and
needs to
now
draw
he
the
can
deal.
just draw a Beal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draw Beal. Bealio.
And if the Beal is in hand, then the game's over, and close the counts.
Oh wow.
This, yeah, wow. Okay, so this game went from possibly you want to claw back to pretty
This
well
is
outside.
nearly a certainty on Alex's side.
Okay, well, the one close account comes out. It's 4 credits. I assume, knowing Alex, he's gonna have 1 Archangel sitting on RD. So we potentially there's a big chance we're looking game 2, but let's see what Andre can do back here.
I mean, a resistor or a wraparound would be end as well,
Yeah.
right?
Wrap around. He's not
No.
running wrap around. remember
Okay.
that.
Quicksand.
Quicksand. Does it keep going? He's going to run RD.
Oh, he just
Touch
no
the top.
res. Must be
It's
all
one
tagging
axis,
ice?
right?
I would assume it must be all tagging, or it might be the toll booth,
And with no turntable, you're not really that worried.
might be the Archangel. So actually, the relevant pieces of ice that could be there are Quicksand, Resistor, Magnet's dead, Quicksand, and Resistor. So 4 ice that might possibly save. Oh,
And
missed
that's the
escape.
deal.
He just had it in hand.
All
the whole
right,
time.
we're going for grand finals.
All right, we're gonna bring back.
Grand finals.
So a very important question I think that needs to be asked right now.
Big unit, low pair.
That was the one I was wondering. Lopaire? Lopaire? I mean, he's French. It must be Lopaire. But I've heard a lot of people say Lopert.
I'm just not sure.
Just call him Alex.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the P is silent.
I see. Internally. All right.
Runner? So runner is going to be Valencia against ETF. All right, so let's talk about this matchup here.
We've got a blackmail spammer against a rusher.
Okay, so here is the things between these two decks. Okay, Alex is not playing Wildside Adjusted. He's playing Earthrise.
Hoppers.
He's got Hoppers. Let's see, he's got 2 Sword Sour. He's got 3 of Adverse. He's got also Street Peddler. And as a Temujin, there's 3 Temujin contracts inside this deck, so it does make money. He can threaten the remote. Andre's kind of deal in this matchup. He is not doing Caprice. He's doing the Rush style. So he has blue level clearance. He has lateral growth. He does have 2 Chronos projects. So I think Alex would be smart enough not to ditch both paperclips into the discard.
I think it's fairly well known that most of the Montreal guys were running Chronos Project. So I think Bradley, Alex would be aware of that. Yeah.
So there's 3 Turing in this deck. So Faust is going to have an issue. He does not. The only answer he has, 2 answers he has, is David and Parasite for Turing itself. So turntable, I don't think is going to do much here because I think Andre's going to be smart enough to score that last. He's gonna, if he does find E3, it is 1 tech card that's gonna work against
Byrites?
Andre's deck, which has Byrites, right?
Well, I'm not.
Not loads
it's got
of them.
Eli's, Ichis, and not much beyond that.
Just 3 eyes,
Two
two Ichis.
Yeah. So it does help in that regard.
Would
Remember,
be nice to see though.
I mean, there are still multi-subs here happening, right?
Yeah, that would be
there's-
fine to see, but I mean,
Architect.
it really only helps in that case with the with Faust.
So yeah, exactly.
Like I think in general, I think the matchup is poor for Andre because rush decks, without any scoring upgrades, are gonna have a lot of issues against blackmail, of course.
Well, remember, he is a rush deck, but he is also a biotic deck. So he has
Right.
3 biotics. He doesn't have to always install the agenda into the road. He can just willy-nilly allow for baits. He also does have 2 CBSs to help fight the medium deck.
Right.
So he does have options to be able to win this. Being said that, I would say this is a matchup is more in favor of Valencia because of her options and because of the money curve that she has available.
I know that the way that Andre was playing earlier, I saw him playing fairly well around Temujin, being quite smart to ice everything first. And there's a lot of hard end the runs against a 50 card deck. It might be a while before Temujin pays out.
It's certainly true. I mean, Alex does not have any tutors in this deck. It's 1 Faust, 2 Mimic, 2 Paperclip. So it can be problematic. There's also 3 Parasite. Valencia is a 50 card deck. So having draw, utilizing Sports Hopper, Adverse, and the Earthrise is going to be very important.
And they're still doing their shuffling, so just give it another time.
Just touching hands.
He's
What's happening?
creating a
Oh, he's deciding the order of the piles?
interesting.
Okay.
That's quite a cut. Good for you.
Looks like we're starting with the initial draws.
That's a
not
mulligan.
key. That's not a key.
Did I see any ice there? Were there any
You
ice?
saw an Ichi.
Was there any? Okay, well,
Which
no,
is nothing.
not a key.
It's not a key. Have 1 bad pop up on the Ichi trace. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Oh yeah.
But you can't forget about it because you can spend. Sometimes you can spend a credit and just give him a brain.
I mean, sometimes you don't need to do that. Sometimes you might just be very focused on winning the game instead of like giving people damage.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes you might be able to score on exactly enough money to reach 0 and score out exactly.
Sometimes going to 0 is pretty magnificent. Wouldn't you say?
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes like Biotic, 4 advancements to 0.
Yeah.
Win you the game.
Yeah. Sometimes I would say that. Andre actually seems to have one piece of ice in his hand. He has a hedge fund.
There's a toll booth.
And a
and
toll booth. Oof.
Alright.
All right, well, whatever works.
Oh, wait, no, that's Enigma.
Oh, sorry. 2 pieces of ice. Oh, wait. That's standard opening. Never
It's
mind.
not too bad.
Can res both, but I don't know. I don't see him, doing a lot of face checking.
Yeah, so Alex's hand, he has a Faust. That's really good. He has a starting.
He's got a Faust, a Mimic, and a Yogg. It
The
looks like.
Singleton Faust. The problem is,
Oh, yeah.
in this kind of
Was
deck,
it-
it's difficult to start pitching things.
Okay. Maybe I didn't see that correctly.
Yeah, I think that's either. He has a lot of breakers.
He has he has the money, he has the breakers he needs.
This is not bad. He can actually certainly be a little bit aggressive early on.
Problem is, he doesn't. Oh, like
Does he already have Rebirth too?
that must be a really good.
Okay. So
Wow,
in this, if I was Alex, I would actually be more inclined to rebirth into Kim rather than Wizard itself.
Biotic Labor is a really important hit in this deck.
Very good hit. Lateral growth is also not bad
Right.
to hit it either.
Yeah.
Arcane
There's a lot of operations. I mean, Quetzal is a bit of a consideration because you've got a lot of barriers just keeping you out, and none of them are multi-subroutine except for Eli.
And already using a Jackson, second turn.
But
Pretty-
yes, Eddie
pretty
Kim is
flooded.
probably the play here.
And again, they did play previously, so he knows that it's not a big. He knows that it's not food codes. He knows that he needs to hit the operations.
Yeah. Sandre, I saw a Christian in his hand. Am I right to? Yeah, I did see a Christian in his hand. Looking at Alex. So you can use Christian to help reduce the medium and Temujins in terms of value. Also that is our.
And taking 2 more hits off the Liberated contract.
Alright, so it looks like we have
Liberated
Enigma,
count, rather.
Magenta in hand, so we're going to be drawing here. And that's an Ichi. So we got double Ichi, we got CVS, we got Biotic, we got Arkham Memories.
And Vitruvius?
Yeah, we got a Vitruvius. Now, not the best agenda to obviously Biotic out right now. It's definitely not the one you want. Sometimes you want to score those ABTs and mill yourself 2 more agendas.
Yeah.
He's building a remote.
He's got to push it.
Oh, okay, so he's going to take his chance. You can see if Alex has the breakers or is willing to blackmail into it.
'Cause it's true that Alex has a lot of the breakers he needs, but doesn't have blackmail yet. He hasn't done a lot of drawing either. Is he running?
So I'm not sure. Do we know what the remote ice is?
Remote Ice is Enigma.
Enigma. All right. So a Faust would do fine.
Supposed to be fine. Did he have a Yogg in hand?
He does not have Yaga. Yeah.
He doesn't have
That was my
Yogg,
mistake.
right?
Yaga's not his deck.
I think I.
His Code Gate Breaker is Faust.
It's Faust and
And his
Parasite.
Turing Breaker
Is
Parasite David.
Yeah. My apologies.
There you go.
What Rebirth into something.
You rebirth there.
A mystery card.
Alright, we're gonna have to ask for people to let us know what he rebirthed into. I gotta find out.
And we've got here it is, Edward Kim.
There he is. He got it. He got it.
There we go. Edward Kim. Alright.
Let's see how many times the hammer drops.
Alright, looks like Alex and I are on the same wavelength for this. Makes sense.
And then he took off Liberated. So he has enough money to do what he needs to do, presumably.
So I don't think he jammed. He didn't jam.
Agenda? I think he was
jammed
probably
the
just
CVS.
testing it.
Yeah, so he threw it the CVS. And now it's install. Oh,
Oh,
there
he
you go.
just
Now
bought
And
it.
here's the
now it's gonna
biotic.
do it.
And it is Vitruvius.
Yeah.
He's. You figure that he's just going to try and biotic all of them out?
There's a good possibility for that to happen. He's gonna check an HQ. He's gonna hit Enigma. He's gonna lose a click here. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's
The
fine.
Mimic was important to throw down because he didn't want to see Architects firing. But and Andre runs 3.
There we go.
And
Chronos.
all right.
Checks R&D and
Wow.
gets Chronos.
Drawing more. He's drawn. How many cards is he into the deck? He has seen, I think, 6. He tossed too early. He's
1,
scored
2,
once,
3.
1, 2, 4.
Okay, not many.
He has 1 in hand, so 5 agendas have already come up.
And Andre's witnessing the HP flood.
Yep. You're used to that HP flood, right?
No, that would never happen to me.
Fuss is on the table, and Is he going to challenge the remote the old-fashioned way?
No, he's
No,
going
No,
to
he's just going to go in the
It
HQ.
makes the most
Okay.
sense here. He's going to use the Salsa Slugs, doesn't care. He wants to hit operations here. He wants to be able to hit
wants to get rid of
biotics,
flags.
some laterals. It's not a bad deal.
That makes a lot of sense.
The thing is, he has I think he has 2 chances to hit an agenda here. There you go. That's
There's
one
an
of
ABT.
Oh, actually, I didn't even see that ABT in hand, so
Yeah. It's
Oh, and
Another
he
one.
just drew into another one.
There we go.
he has 2 in hand.
This does not look good for
This
Andre.
is-
He draws and
targeted
targeted marketing.
But he can't play that now. There's too many agendas.
And he installs to defend, leaving himself. Then Christopher credit. He's got 5 credits, so he could get an HE off the ground.
Yeah.
So what's that? So Iva wants to draw up cards. Looks like he's going to consider. Alex might even consider just contesting R&D again.
Well, he doesn't have a good reason to yet. He doesn't have a medium.
Well,
Going a single axis out of
The thing is, if he runs R&D and gets a res there, he can quite easily last click run into HQ again. If he can get him down from 5, he knows that he doesn't have to worry about Ichi.
Yep.
Right. And he knows that he can't both res a CVS. He can't hit him with a big CVS play.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
running
a
out.
double medium and a Temujin. These are really hard targets to look at. And he's going to be rewarded here.
He doesn't have the Temujin in hand. So quick one was the peddler. I think he's looking at installing Temujin.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just
He's
running.
going to run. He's going to run. 100%.
And he's going to put out
medium.
a medium.
Which makes sense to
Gonna
me.
lose another medium and a Temujin. It's a good
That
play.
is a rough peddler.
This is a good play. I like it.
And
See
sees a
the
vanilla.
No consequences. Alright, so Alex's rig is looking really good. He's got a lot of what he wants. This HB is not looking in good shape.
And clicks for 2.
It's Alex's decision, but he definitely can just install Temujin and attempt to go into R&D again here. Can't res the Tobu that's on the inside. Oh, so he's not gonna. He's gonna do
It's
first.
vanilla. It's just a card. Not resing the vanilla.
And he doesn't. Oh. There's an architect. And nothing. He does have a fair number of agendas in hand. Maybe he's just
Yeah.
trying to count on R&D.
So we're gonna build up the counters here.
No res again. Seeing 3 cards.
2
They
and
could
third.
actually be an Ishi.
He's gonna hit that with Edward Kim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just denying all of the econs. It is all on events.
And no.
Not the Ichi either.
Or
Gonna be trashed.
Yeah, it
trash
has to be
that.
trashed.
That's assembly lines for free.
And blue level clearance.
Which can't be trash yet, but it's probably coming in next turn.
So
He can't afford to just.
last click scenario. Sports hopper. That's really rough. It's really rough. He has what? I think that's 2 or 3 agendas in hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got nice archives.
The thing is, Andre needed to be at 8 credits to res the Ichi and use the Cyberdex, which would have been which is vital.
So he
right?
might be in a position to actually res R&D ice now. But there's a lot of value.
Oh, I think that
And the
was
Cyberdex, yeah, that's what, yeah.
I think that
Okay.
was a little preemptive. He
Yeah.
could have done that on.
The next,
later.
the next,
Later
the
on.
third run, the 3rd click run.
But also the concern is also you are losing off R&D.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I understand.
yeah.
Decision.
That was a big play.
Yeah, but this is gonna set Andre really back. Remember, this is not a campaign deck, so this is gonna be pretty brutal.
He's gonna draw into a blue level soon, which will get him a little bit of
What?
money, but more cards than he can handle.
I think Andre just ran again last click, because he had no way to break the Ichi, he had to click through it, right?
No, he ran first click into Ishi.
No, but he
Oh, no, he's
pointed
going
at
into
R&D
the
again.
hand.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna go
Okay.
into HQ. It makes most sense to go HQ here because he can't res the HQ ice.
He pointed at, the thing is he pointed at R&D again.
I guess that's the trouble. We can't hear the audio, so it makes it a little bit tough.
Yeah.
Alright. What's gonna happen here?
I wonder why he's looking at the remote ice right now.
So I think this is 3 out of 5 if I remember seeing correctly. that's gonna be Kimmed.
Yep. So that is 3 events hit by the hammer.
Humanity's hammer, doing work.
Alright, Megabit players, prepare to join now for round 3. Megabit players, round 3 there.
Really unfortunate. Arkham has served a lot of multi-purpose here.
He got flooded pretty heavily.
And now that's not. I don't find that's normal for this kind of rush deck. The rush deck generally scores the agendas that it sees. You know, if it sees it at a more reasonable pace. But when they come this fast and furious, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, it's pretty problematic.
And where do you put this?
It has to be
On
an R&D.
R&D?
Because he's just making money back.
Yeah.
Getting the money back, it's gonna make a net $2
Yeah.
because of bad pub.
Yeah.
So it looks like I was debating what he's doing right now. Yeah, there you go. It's bad pub and $2. No res. He's gonna get the 4 here. He's gonna get the medium counter. He's gonna hit the blue level, which we're
Hammer.
gonna see.
Yeah. Denying that.
And then he's gonna see the Turing. Okay, so
Denying
Turing
him that,
will
yeah.
definitely be something that helps here.
Yes, just making sure that he, like, Andre is struggling on money really hard right now, and denying him that Turing is. I'm denying that blue level is pretty big.
Yeah. Only so his only answer to Turing on R&D would be the Parasite.
Yeah. And now he doesn't have the MU to support it. That's also the thing too.
Yeah.
Right. Do you see him overwriting anything?
Oh, no. So
I'm not
there's
sure.
there's a judge calling in terms of like the amount of soccer tokens he used. Okay. So game state's been corrected. Cool. All right. So we're going back and forth, and we've landed on how many data soccer tokens there should be. $100 turn.
I think we've been offered
People
several
just
different.
bringing out all these
I
tokens.
believe there's some confusion over him using a glass token that he uses for other things as his bad pub token. Clicking for credits.
Oh, you're just clicking for credits.
He's the number of times he's clicked for credits at this rate, at this time.
He's in a very rough
It's too
position.
damn many.
He's in
frankly.
a very rough position
So
right
I don't see any reason why you don't go into RD right now to see 3 different unique cards here. I
now.
don't
See
even
3
think you
different
need
cards,
I don't
see
even
more
think-
money,
ah.
he just trashed on it. Why is he drawing?
So there is a tool booth. Do you go bankrupt browsing a tool booth?
The problem is, I
That's-
think Andre has to, but like even then it's not really a choice. Like you could hope that
Yeah.
RD just holds up.
Yeah, so I guess the draw is actually just making sure that you do have cards for breaking.
Sure.
So that is definitely a concern. Makes sense.
Oh, in fact, he's making $3 because he has a link. Yep.
And he goes
Yeah.
bankrupt.
No, he has 2
Because he
credits
has
left.
to.
No,
No.
Andre goes
Oh,
bankrupt.
Andre.
Andre goes bankrupt.
So Andre's trying to claw out his position. Pretty tough. He's going to pitch 2 cards. I don't think that's too much of an issue. Yeah, that's good. And let's see the same old thing. Yeah, I agree with these decisions. We get
Just as 4. Trying to do the math correctly
suck a
right now.
token and 3 cards. We're going to be trashing a bunch of operations here. Oh, there you
Oh,
go. That's
there's a
one.
hedge
fund.
No
It's
more
gone.
operations to
You
go.
need the money.
See another Turing and a Jackson, which he
Jackson's
pays to get
gonna
rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't let him see that.
I'm checking HQ on last clip here is also good too.
Well, it depends on whether he's okay with picking whatever card in hand, right? I feel like he doesn't want to ditch the sports hopper because that's getting him through the Eli for free.
And the mem strips is probably important as well.
Mem strips he needs because he doesn't have any other MU right now.
So this RD is going to be a little bit tough now.
And now they're making sure to track clicks properly. There might have been some mistakes earlier.
Sounds good.
The advancement tokens make pretty good click trackers.
They're pretty good click trackers. Okay, so
I'm not sure anybody's using them as advancement tokens anyways.
Alright, so we're going to draw in turns. We've got 2 turns now. Now, also for those, it's actually 3 Temujin. Temujin is a pretty good card.
It's basically it's the new Anarch Desperado.
I would definitely spend influence on it.
You mean in a future deck?
Yeah, in a future.
Yeah. Do you believe? I mean, this is a little bit early, but do you believe that the Temujin stands to be added to the MWO at some point to try and keep it in Crim?
I think Damon, the big D, still knows what he's doing. So
All right.
we're gonna trust him.
Trust in the D.
Oh.
It's a lateral growth.
How? Oh wait, because it would have been the second operation he hit.
We got it.
Can you see? I don't know what he would even install.
So what would he install?
You can attempt to like install Turing.
You could put a Turing somewhere and then targeted marketing for Parasite.
Checking the ice, making sure we're okay.
I mean, he still has a bad pump. Ice is very difficult to check. The problem, I think maybe a problem that Andre is having is he doesn't have enough assets or upgrades that he needs to put down.
The deck has a number of them, but
He hasn't
he's
been
not
seeing-
drawing those. He's drawing the agendas.
He's drawing the agendas, he's drawing the ice that he can't afford to install at this moment. Because if he installs them, he's paying money he doesn't
I
want
think this is a
to.
mistake drawing here. I think he should have purged. Lateral growth, okay. So he's gonna gain 2 just on that.
All right.
He could play hedge fund, but if he plays the hedge fund, he's gonna.
Have only agendas in hand.
Alright, 2 cards and 2 credits. Oh, we see. Is that a paperclip? I think I see a paperclip. Oh, he's gonna check HQ now. Curious to see what's going on there.
So Alex seems to be forcing Andre to play a little bit more, like a more glaciary food codes.
I think he could just potentially click here. He ran this on first click or second click?
I don't know.
They put out the click
I
trackers
think
and then
he
he
just
does
lets
not use
them.
them.
If you're not used to using click trackers, you won't use them. It is something you have to practice. Something I wish I could get into the habit of doing. I look up to Aaron Shalowski for his incredible commitment to click tracking.
It's something that I have tried multiple times, where multiple months in a row, I put out, you know what, I'm going to put out click trackers, try to remember to use them, and then second turn in, I just completely forget about it.
Exactly.
So Alex is opting to just go econ here.
So
Because he's in no rush. He's in absolutely no
Yeah.
rush because he knows for Andre, putting this remote,
And blackmail.
blackmail in,
Got to check it.
CBS, we don't do that.
There we go.
Just gonna
Yeah.
go.
That seems like a good play. He can't fire it at the opportune moment, but he's not in the money to do that anyways. He's drawing more. Playing a hedge fund.
Can he gain CBS? Can he gain the ETF credit this turn? Probably not. Nothing but ice in his hand, I think.
Targeted marketing.
All right. The marketing, what's the call?
What does he call?
I don't even know what I would call. A fresh Temujin, maybe a blackmail.
E3 feedback implants.
E3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know each other's decks, so
All right.
E3 being.
And he just draws it
and
right
he
there.
just draws into it.
What a call.
What a MTG.
What an incredible call.
That was pretty, like,
That was good.
that was a
Yeah.
good call.
Well, he clicks through, tosses the paperclip.
All right. Oh,
Season
okay.
Architect.
Live to see another day.
Do you think Alex feels safe tossing that paperclip? I mean, he must. He is at 10 credits, but
He
I
has
don't think
two. He has 2 of them. So
Yeah.
He has to, and also
he
he's
knows
got
that.
Faust.
But he
Yeah.
also knows that Andre hasn't drawn into, Biotic hasn't drawn into, probably not the Chronos he hasn't drawn into.
Oh, there's a Chronos. Speaking of.
Just more agendas, because he drew his mandatory draw was a GFI.
I think
Just getting more
is he
agendas.
just throwing Chronos out into the server just to test him? I think he does.
I mean,
Well, because the thing is, it will get rid of the targeted marketing, which sucks. But him scoring the Cronus Project does nothing to help him win the game.
right.
Alright, so we're gonna see. Let's see, use the. Let's use the Sports Hopper to draw here. It's got Deja Vu.
Deja Vu for
Blackmail.
blackmail,
Blackmail.
Got it.
and then use it.
So use the 3.
And there's the Chronos.
It's Kronos, 4 points.
And now E3 can hit the table.
I just put the E3 down casually. Like, yeah, no
Oh,
problem.
All right, there we
We're
go.
good. All right. Gotta get that money.
Yeah.
Another agenda in
He
hand.
just drew into
Does he have a hand
a
entirely of
GFI,
agendas?
So he's gonna draw.
into the blue level,
Which is,
and he installs an agenda in maybe a play of desperation.
yeah.
As Andre knows, he's in a really bad position, so he's
You
gotta
just
try
stuff.
it.
You just stuff. There's
He's
nothing
gonna
you can
jam.
do.
He just needs to do it and fire the ABT, I guess.
Man,
It's the mem strips.
slip the
Oh, baby.
strips.
Let's go to David.
Throw a David out there and just challenge the remote anyways.
Yeah, he can
How-
check
what
the road.
what keeps him up? Nothing.
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 I think he isn't out here.
Yeah, this is a deck. This is a levy-less deck.
If he does manage to get an ABT off, he can be quite certain that he won't hit an agenda.
I don't know about that. Some other people today have used that logic to quite the failure.
Yeah.
Oh,
And okay, you gotta run the Turing out, and here's
And
another
they-
Turing,
oh,
and
double
another,
Turing.
yep, double Turing.
There you go. Touch a card. Yeah, there
It's
you
an
go.
ABT. There it is. You're at 6
Six
points.
6 points.
6-0. Or 6-2 rather. My bad.
Remember, guys, slip the strips. It's a good card.
Yep.
Does he have another ABT in hand?
He's got something in that.
I know he's got 2 GFIs, at least. I don't know what else.
If he's got an ABT in hand, I think he just plants it.
Yeah, and then just hopes. Is it
Ugh.
Vitruvius?
Cerberus is GFI.
Stall, take 2 credits. And accept that it simply might not work out for him.
Like it's
Well,
fine. There's only one David counter.
Yeah. He could
spend
just spend the
his
turn.
entire
Quick,
Yeah.
yeah.
And maybe you do it.
Yep.
I've seen HP players in this position before, and it feels desperate.
Yeah.
No.
But maybe you don't even need to, because at most it's going to get him to 4 points.
Yep.
A good ABT might turn the game around, but
I'm trying to do it, laundry.
And you just takes
make some money.
Take money.
Maybe Alex thinks there's no way he could have another agenda, and this could be game right here, folks.
So he's gonna click E3 with the bad pub, and he's gonna pitch a card. It's gonna be the mimic, because you don't need the mimic. And
This is a very good chance of being
There you
the
go.
Nationals winner. There it is.
whoa! Redemption bracket again.
Redemption bracket.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
Good games.
In a way, I felt like justice was served.
I'm a little surprised he didn't just toss the ABT in there.
I don't. Oh, yeah, I
Just
guess.
in the, like he scored the ABT. Like he did, I feel like he should have just tossed that in there instead.
Huh, well,
But yeah.
we'll never know.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're probably gonna have a.
What's up?
We're gonna have
Oh
a-
yeah, it's time to queue.
How,
All
like
right.
you don't have enough
Watching
people
this.
right now? How do you not have enough people right now?
I decided to wait.
Oh right, yeah.
Everybody's watching.
Yeah, everyone is watching the
Everybody's watching.
Right in the middle, buddy.
Boy.
All right. And Travis, let me know when we're on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Alexander Bradley of Ottawa.
Yes.
Claiming the national champion of Canada. You are, as I understand it, the first Canadian national champion.
Yes.
Congratulations,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you so much.
Well deserved, well fought, an incredible player. So talk us through that final game.
So the final game was, I think I had a good draw. I think I had him on the back foot the whole time, and he kind of echoed those sentiments as soon as the game ended. And it was, I guess the highlight of it for me was he called E3 because I played E3 against him in the Swiss. And then my next draw was E3, and then I was like, rude. Just rude.
Perfect. You definitely drew into your single faust right away, which allowed you to apply pressure wherever you needed to.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the singleton faust.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, because so talk us through how your code gate plan.
Okay, so my code gate plan was Yogg initially,
Yep.
but I never played it, and if I did play it, well then obviously they never res code gates, and
Right.
it was basically a disaster. So I was like, okay, I was playing Yogg and Fam to handle Lotus Field as well,
Right.
which is scary, and then I said, screw it, I'm just going to play 1 Faust and 3 Parasites.
Right.
So while I didn't draw any of my Parasites that game, those are my outs. That's like I want to Parasite code gates, and I want to Faust them.
Did you run into any situations where those just didn't show up and a code gate locked you out?
I was never locked out, but I did get like the awkward Turing on archives that I just Timogened.
Yeah.
And then you don't really want to burn a Parasite for that because you're like, okay, you've committed to that server, I'll just
Yeah.
go elsewhere.
Sure.
So it definitely locked me out of 20 credits.
Yeah.
Or I think I had 16 on it. at the
16,
time.
yeah, something significant at least. Fair enough. But that's impressive because I've a number of people who have heard of your list over this weekend see the 1 Faust and just say that's madness.
Yeah.
When I sat down and said, what do you do with code gates?
I don't do code gates.
I don't do
It's
code
literally just to get through Lotus Field, and I'll if there's a lot of code gates. Well, the things with code gates is people tend to play high strength code gates and a singleton low strength like Magnet or Enigma.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd be okay with just parasiting the Enigma. I almost parasited a Magnet, I think in testing, and then I read the text and I was like, okay, take it back. So Magnet is like my hard stop. Magnet on the remote. That's bad news for me.
Right. So then that's when you rely on Faust. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's interesting actually.
Yeah. Because how many Magnets are people playing? One.
One.
So I'll play
And
1
your
Faust.
deck.
And I'll
I
play
found
one-
that interesting. That you
Oh,
made
yeah.
room in a 12 influence deck like CTM. That is looking for tools. You found room for the one magnet.
one magnet?
You're only wanting 1 bankers, eh?
Right. So basically, that's what happened is I cut 1 bankers for the like Hyperdriver DDoS Keyhole Kate matchup. So
For
I
the
cut a
EBC?
bankers for the EBC.
Right.
And then I had a floating influence point, and I honestly looked at all the cards, and some of them were good. Like,
Yeah.
and so I almost played Lotus Field,
Right.
which might have, I don't know, people might have understood more. But I liked the potential of like Magnet pulling a Parasite off a Raven before it triggers with EBC, all that kind of jazz. It never happened.
Sure.
Yeah.
So why 1 bankers rather than just freeing up that influence for other shenanigans?
Bankers is really good.
It is.
If you get bankers in your starting hand, you mostly win.
Which is why some people run 3.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So they just that whole one of I looked at it and I thought,
Yeah.
why didn't he run like a Sansan and also like another
Yeah.
magnet or this or that? But
Yeah,
but
I could have played another Sansan
yeah,
instead
exactly.
of the
Yeah.
Magnet. But I was really afraid of Temujin, and actually that's why you'll see like I took out the pad campaigns
Right.
for pop-up windows and a launch campaign.
Right.
Because the launch campaign I can never advance in my remote, and
Sure.
it
And
consumes
stuff
over
like
3
that, yeah.
turns.
And also, it will eventually go away. before-
Exactly. And so because the one game I really lost, I was like doing really well, then
Yeah.
on JNet competitive, someone comes in, and he plays security testing, Desperado turned, like, once I have my 2 pads out,
Yeah.
and he just clicked for 6 every turn, so I couldn't hard hitting use him. He was at 40. I dragged him through, like, Toll Booth, Turnpike, Resistor, Mumba Virtual Tour in the bottom, at least 4 separate times, and he was just like, anytime I wasn't threatening anything on the route, just take like 8.
Right. So as long as criminals are part of the meta, the horizontal aspect of CTM gets neutered a little bit.
Yeah, your deck basically has to have, or has to be able to do both.
Yeah.
So like I can go out if I have like Wizard or whatever or someone where I just play them all, or I can survive on one server, which was I think actually probably the key, because I denied a lot of nobody played sec testing.
Oh, I played against you yesterday, and I found it very, very difficult to play against.
Yeah.
I focused a little bit too much on run economy, and you shut me out of it.
So I was wondering how useful was Carney Cartridge was wondering how useful was Turntable over Grimoire during the entire tournament?
Turntable, I think, was. I'm trying to think if I got any wins off of it. I like it in theory, I guess, because like if you have a turntable, they can't really score GFI first, even if they want to try to rush you out. Like I know like that jammy rushy HB. Kind of one of the things they like to do is like they'll just try to score a GFI really early if they can, because then they know they can just straight biotic to the win.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had some people do that against me on JNet, and I don't know, between the two, I was playing with Vigil before actually, so I had even like I cut Grimoire, and I guess I'm still in the turntable plan. Also because there's a lot of CTM, there's 3 breaking news, and I want to give you take the B news, I'll take the Beal.
Right.
That's that.
Excellent.
Like being able to trade back and forth. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I
they'll give it to you, and then you're like, okay, I'll take that GFI back. Like being able to do that is important, I think. And
I think that must have been a consideration when Aaron decided not to EOI in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So when he advanced, used Astro so he can score the breaking news. I like looked at the crowd and I was like, oh no, like this is where I lose, and he takes the Hades back.
Everyone was expecting the EOI.
Yeah.
I believe, and this is like your parasiting a magnet. Aaron forgot about the bad pub.
Right, and I had a
portion
lot of
it.
resources. Like I had
Exactly.
the loaded Temujin, I had a
Liberate.
daily cast and an Earthrise going.
Yeah.
So if it would have hit me, then yeah, I crippled and I'm dead in the water for the rest of the time.
But
I'm just saying that at the time when he did the EOI, it had already installed the turntable.
Okay, yeah,
It
so
was
that's
a
fair.
worry.
Yeah.
It was a
yeah,
worry. at the
exactly.
time.
Yeah.
So he had to be worried about that, but also saddling you with the tags and setting you back a little bit
Yeah.
would have definitely proved a little bit more difficult than what actually followed.
Oh yeah. I think. Well, I mean, it was weird doing for the rest of the game doing all the math without the bad pub.
Yeah.
Because it's like the first time I've had to consume the bad pub to survive, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would assume that most people would just not play the ASI against him.
Right. Exactly. Except they're just like, well, this is garbage, and throw it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any anything that stood out in your decks where you just thought this was the MVP card, or something that you thought if I were to play this tournament again that I would that you'd swap out?
Yeah. I'd probably swap the magnet, and I literally just put the magnet in last night because I had 2 bankers, and I was like, and people were talking about the hyperdriver Kate, and I was like, I don't want to lose to that, so I'll put it in. So I'd probably find something like Swordsman, maybe Lotus. I don't know. It's tough, and I couldn't find something.
Yeah.
I think the MVP for my NEH deck was Virtual Tour,
Okay.
just because I don't know. There's a lot of shenanigans you can do, and it's not a region, so you can stack them.
Yeah.
And like for one, there was one opponent where I played, and I had Virtual Tour on the server, pop-up window, they didn't run it. So I drew into Virtual Tour Archangel, and they had like a almost fully loaded Liberated.
Yeah.
So I went second Virtual Tour, iced the remote, they ran, I bounced the Liberated, they kept going, and then it took the -10, and then just hard-hitting news, and it was over from there.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's. But it could have been the Astro.
Yeah,
right. And
for
that's
sure.
the thing. You'll just put anything in.
Yeah.
They
And
have to
it's-
hope it's not double.
It's that
Virtual
mind
Tour.
game of how do I play my opponent? How can I make
Yeah.
them act the way that I want them to?
Yeah.
Another consideration, another thing I was wondering about was actually the E3 feedback inputs in particular.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, it seems to work with 3 cards in your deck, with
Okay.
the Faust and the Davids.
Yeah.
2 Davids.
Yeah.
What was the idea behind the E3?
So I've played E3 in Valve for quite some time. I don't think it's as good now, but I was talking, I think to Cyber Ewok, I don't know his real name, but on Slack, the New Zealand champ,
Yep.
and I was like, oh, send me a CTM list, and he had Little Engines, and he was like, oh, it's Tax Davids, and I was like, like I remember when I used to play E3, Little Engine reads turn your David counter into $5 because you break one, then you break the other with E3, or sorry, with a bad pub.
Oh,
With a bad pub for $5, and so that's really what I was going for. It also, I think, dramatically improves your HB matchup because you can click it, you can one click and $1 an HE 1.0
right.
because you have the bad pub.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it just breaks Biorites, which I was kind of expecting a lot of HB, and like my games I played were HB, and NEH in Swiss, and then I mean there was a lot of HB. Like, yeah.
Like the top 8, there were 4 HPs, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And I was very thankful that I brought my E3, even though I didn't get to play them in the top 8.
All right. Are there any inspiring words you can offer to the aspiring net runners, to the as we call them, the fly casuals,
casuals?
Out there hoping to aspire to these great heights?
I don't know. I guess just like never give up, trust your instincts, and roll a KOS die because that'll get you an agenda every time.
Okay.
But seriously, I think probably the best way to get practice is either to play against yourself, which is kind of difficult because you know, and then you can, but also very good because you can play optimally. Because you'd be like, oh well, what if they somehow knew that I was flooded? Because you know you're flooded. Then, like, would I survive? Or like what I'll do while I'm waiting for a game on JNet is I'll just draft starting hands on Netrunner DB and be like, okay, CTM, these are my 5 first cards. Mandatory, would I keep it? What are the first 3 actions I would take? So once you know that, like you kind of know your tempo, your pattern that you're going to fall into, and then when you actually play, it's all natural.
Right.
So are you saying that you play games against yourself, like at home? Instead of table?
I've done a few. Like this summer, when Hot Tub was like really popular, I was like testing against myself. But for this one, it was mostly I played with the guys I came up with, and a lot of hand drafting on Netrunner DB. Kind of trying to figure out like, okay, is 3 Temujins enough? Like, the 1 slums, am I gonna find it? Like, I don't know.
And so the last question we'll ask you today, Big Unit 3000, is asking, what made you go 49 CTM over your earlier 54-59 build?
My 59 build?
Yeah.
Well, I already have the title of the Puppet Master, I think. So,
Yeah.
no. It's the same reason why I didn't play bad campaigns. I didn't want to dirtle too hard. I wanted to be a quick, tight list, and ain't nobody got time to play Museum of History or a 54 card list when all your stuff is going to get Temujin, sec testing, and then trash everything, and it's just like really bad news. Yeah, basically that one game on JNet put me off of like mega asset spam like completely. I was like, wow, this is terrible, and I never want to run into this again.
Cool. Well, again, congratulations on this trophy. You must be a little excited.
I'm super excited.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna see a Worlds. You're gonna sit out the first
That's
round.
the plan.
with
Now
some of the
that I
greats.
have this buy,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look into it for sure.
Well, we'll see you there. I think that he's coming. You're thinking about it? He's coming. We got our stream master. Travis is coming. I'm gonna make it. It's gonna be a party.
Was on the stream
Oh,
earlier.
Mikhail earlier. Yeah, it'll be. We're gonna have an executive retreat in that hot tub.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Thanks so much for watching. Oh, and coming up next, we've got the Star Wars Top 8, starting at 5:10 p.m. If you're into Star Wars card games, stay tuned. If you know somebody like you, your friends or loved ones that were into Star Wars the card game, notify them. Godspeed. May the Force be with you.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2016 Canadian National Championships for Star Wars the LCG. We're here in Toronto, in Canada, and we're about to witness the second round of the top 8. My name is Jonathan, and
My name is Claude. We'll be commentating this game for you. It's about to start in a couple of minutes now. And our two players are Mark G and Kevin C, who are playing from the same store in Gatineau, Quebec, L'As des Jeux, and who are meeting today for after many games they've played.
they play. We actually all play together. Kevin, Mark, Claude, and myself. We're all in the same meta group. So
Yeah.
this is quite exciting to see these two guys battling it out for the next round. We're almost ready to start the round. We're just waiting on a few minutes or so. The gentlemen have picked their objectives, looks like, and we're just waiting to...
And they're actually waiting for the start signal.
We just...
This game is going to be the discussion when we get back to Ottawa tomorrow.
I think on the way home there'll be a lot of chit chat.
Oh yes, and actually Mark is the driver, so I don't know if Kevin's going to feel the pressure to walk home.
I played Kevin in my last game of the Swiss, and he narrowly came through with the win with an amazing dark side deck. Here we go. I think we're ready to start. And it's game. So Kevin flips his objectives. We have 2 Power of the Dark Side and Council of the Sith.
Yeah. While Mark is playing the Gamma Run in You Must Go, as well as I
A Journey to Dagobah.
Oh yeah. So with the famous Red 5.
Mark is definitely going to have a little advantage in the Force phase because he gets to see what he needs to commit with along the Gamma Runs, a little bit of a bonus on the Force phase.
However, it's not his favorite start for the Jedi objectives, as he usually likes.
I think everybody likes May the Force be with you.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a mainstay in every Jedi deck. I took it in mine. Did you have it in yours?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
We all do.
This is one of Kevin's favorite mains, the Inquisitor.
He likes to play near the end of his deck.
So Mark won the Force with along the Gamor. He's kept balance, and damage goes on Council of the Sith. Oh, dial. Come on, boys, watch those Force mandatory actions.
Mark just chucked the wolf away, so he's gonna hope to bring it back soon.
In my games against Mark in the Swiss, you could see the look on his face when he had to pay for the Wolfman. It was quite funny.
Oh, Luke's in the room.
Dealing damage to the Sith Inquisitor from an enhancement going on. Tixidal down to 0. So, as we can see, there's a Sith Inquisitor lightsaber in Kevin's hand. We have
He's also got the resource waiting, I guess.
the Vader's meditation chamber.
Yeah.
Is that a Force lightning that? No.
He's gonna wear those sleeves down by the end of the game.
His sleeve shoes cards, yeah. So. Mark struck.
Double struck.
Double struck and destroyed the council.
Of the seat. Sit. So Cameron again.
Wolfman pops out.
Yeah.
Those Wolfmen are so strong. You really know someone's desperate when they have to pay for the Wolfmen, so come on. Oh, that's the Sith objective it's changed the face of my decks. Oh, he's pulled a Force Lightning.
He's had a chance. Yeah.
Vader's Meditation Chamber drops. Draws a card with the Sith Inquisitor.
He had 2 meditation chambers.
Yeah. Kevin's got some protect there. He's got 2.
He's got a lot of force.
Yeah.
And he
Force
uses the lightning.
Oh, Mark. Goodbye to Luke.
It's going to limit more Mark's abilities, having to focus one card when he comes back.
I think Kevin's definitely looking forward to taking out the Gamor, because if he can take along the Gamor run out and Mark ends up flipping another Jedi objective, then Mark will be starved for that hyperspace marauder that he has in his hand. It's a 4 cost, and he definitely needs his Smuggler's affiliation match.
Yeah.
Supporting Fire, it's a good card in a pinch. Holding all the cards, I think Mark pulled out.
At least he had a chance to put it down.
No, that's the Deneba refueling station. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought it was holding all the cards.
So the judge is actually talking to them right now. And the game is back on. All is well.
Okay. Yoda Seek is out. Dial goes up to 2. Oh, it's happened in almost 2 turns. So Yoda's dropped, and Mark is in a pinch because he can't attack and refresh with May the Force be with you. So maybe Mark will just go straight to the Force phase. I'm thinking that's what he might do, and go with along the Gamor.
Yeah.
Maybe get 1 or 2 more uses out of along the Gamor before it's close to being destroyed. Focusing the nudge. I'm not sure why he focused the nudge.
Because of the objective, Vader's objective.
Oh yeah, of course.
So he's attacking.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't mind losing the wolf anyways.
He's got edge 1, right? So
Yeah.
it's
He probably hopes to win the force again by a high number.
Bones of a Fallen Master is discarded. Goes in with the Royal Guard. He's keeping that Marauder in his hand. He really wants to use the Luke. Yoda, sorry. He got the...
Take it for all of us. For all of us, take it.
Now...
There aren't many blasts available for the dark side. So, I'm not sure he won't
Kevin's
be able.
deck is really low on blast damage.
Yeah.
We were
so-
talking about it last night.
Yeah, and he's actually gonna take him a while, I guess, to take Gamma Run out of there.
Yeah. Kevin's actually running, I think it's 5 Palpatines, which is
And he just
has
picked
pros and cons.
He just picked one up.
Yeah.
Another resource available.
draw 2 and then discard 1.
Yeah.
Dark
And-
Precognition. You know, anything that helps you recycle cards is great.
Oh wait, no, wait a minute. I'll with that game plan. Maybe I want this card instead. Because it doesn't matter. You're right. It doesn't. Are you doing this? Tell me you're doing it.
So here he is.
Papa Palps. Forget which Palpatine it is.
It's the one. He's using the middle one. Where-
When you win a force struggle by 3 or more, remove a
Yes, exactly.
a
That's the one.
focus from another force sensitive force user. That's the one that I use. It's one from Power of the Dark Side. It's going into Yoda.
You can see the mission. Oh, he actually discarded the mission.
Oh. Edge battle.
So he's not going to use it as part of his strategy.
Now, was Mark keeping that Marauder for the 3 pips for a crucial edge battle? I'll have to ask him later.
I don't want to help him. I know what he's doing. I'm not doing it.
So that's a big piece lost there by Mark.
This is yours. This is yours. I'm scared. Everyone
Damage.
just needs to be ready. I'm just everyone needs to be ready.
So, Kevin's coming to the force.
So, well, will he do Gamma Run? Yes.
2.
And-
Discarded. That's a clutch card in,
Yeah,
a,
so
in a
for the
pinch.
for the first time of the game, the force goes to the dark side.
Stay away from me. When we match up, make sure I'm not with you.
He doesn't have a main. I can't really see if he has a main. Let's see. Free resource in R2. His unfinished business in his hand.
He loves using that.
Yeah, he loves using it against me. Not so much fun.
Mark is good with those hidden cards that he has, taking them out at the last minute.
I wonder if he'll unfinished Yoda for a quick damage on somebody. So,
As the Death Star goes up, we're more likely to see it coming out. Oh, I can see Mark with nodding his head in the wrong way, so he's not happy with what's going on right now. So he will have to focus one of those units when he enters a combat phase. So he's
do you think he'll focus R2? If he doesn't need the
log-
resource,
logical
No.
shot. No, he's using it. So
he's going to get the resource out of it and then focus somebody else down. He's keeping those resources open for unfinished business.
So I guess he's planning to use it this time around. So Kevin just used the ability of the Inquisitor. Picked a card and dropped one, and now he's picking 2 cards and going to drop 1. Getting ready for the hedge battle.
Kevin's really focused on getting through those cards using Dark Precognition, his Inquisitor.
Oh, he's already passed.
So who wins most games at home, you or Kevin?
Kevin is definitely the best of the two. It's an ongoing challenge between the two of them, actually. Every Thursday night between Mark and Kevin, it's an ongoing challenge. But at home, he definitely leads. He keeps pushing me to get better.
There's unfinished business. Is it Luke? Oh, it's Luke.
It's Luke, eh? Oh, yes. And he also paid for the lightsaber.
That's a
great
and
move.
Damage is going to go on
Inquisitor.
Yeah. I think he's super powerful with that lightsaber.
So he's going against the top objective.
I wonder if Mark is relying on Gamor to keep the Force on his side. Palpatine is...
Definitely. Oh, he's going against a Vader objective.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of tokens.
Now, taking off that unit from the board because of unfinished business, Gamble triggers.
So he got 2 Force and takes this.
Nice.
He takes the Force. So Gameron keeps doing the work.
What an objective. So good. When you remember to trigger it.
And with no blast on the dark side, that's how he was able to keep it up.
It's such a control-y deck. Like, Kevin doesn't really want the blast because he knows.
There you go. He just played Adrian back after discarding her.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
And now that the mark is all focused, you can bet that there's going to be a big hit against Gameron. And
Vader.
With Vader.
This is most of Kevin's blast happening right now. It's nestled in all those white icons, but it's there as well. And he's really to strike as well.
Yeah, he's really settling himself up there.
Mark's only taking out one objective. This is he's in a really tough spot. It's going to get to a point where the dial's going to be at 6, and if Kevin's able to hit, Kevin's able to hit, 2 or 3 objectives faster, that dial will get close to the end.
So let's see if Mark can take out something to turn the tide around.
Force Rejuvenation in his hand. What a card. This is going to be a great play, a great turn this one. And Counterstroke. No? No Counterstroke, Lightsaber Deflection. Is that...
Yeah, well, he's got to cancel.
That's what I mean. No. What's the card there?
So he takes care, cleans up the wolf.
I think he wants the edge 1. He really wants that edge 1.
I think he's out of units in his hand, so lightsaber. Oh. So he's gonna have to focus one of those 2 again. That doesn't.
The card that I can't really tell what it is.
Here comes the lightsaber. Put it in Jedi on training is not a usual placement of cards.
Mark's stretching his, he's reaching right now. This is.
And here's the cancel.
Counter Strike, yeah. Okay. Triggering
Inquisitor again.
It's pulling enhancement resources a lot. So Kevin has another Palpatine.
Yeah,
She's
ready.
gonna
Ready
keep
for the edge battle.
the edge, yeah.
He's going on a heavy one.
3.
He's also aware that Mark uses a lot of the Jedi trick, mind trick,
Right.
so he's probably want to protect.
Seeds.
Yeah, seeds. Actually puts it on Palpatine. Targeted strike. Clean the table. And he keeps. No.
Mark has nothing on the board. This is Kevin's in a really good spot.
Yes.
The
All
dial's
right,
at 7.
every player. Anybody who wishes to drop before the
I think we can predict that it's the end of the camera run.
Yeah. I think Gamma runs toast. Yeah, he'll use that advisor
Yes, to finish her off.
because that's all you need, the unopposed. I think that's what he's gonna do.
And this is it.
Called it.
We've just witnessed a victory by Kevin C.
So we probably have some time before the next round if you wanted to grab Kevin to do a little bit of an interview.
Sorry?
If you'd be interested in talking to Kevin about his game on stream,
Okay.
because we have a little time before the next round if someone wants to grab him.
Okay. Okay, you're going, Jonathan? Yeah.
Bring him over here. Yeah, yeah.